serves. Usually when I do that, it takes a very long time for stuff off of my hard drive to load. Hey, there we go. Logging in and syncing cloud files. We get to admire this wonderful theme music. I'm also going to take a minute to make sure that Oh, no, I can't because my phone's not with me. All right, yes, I remember why. So I'm going to ignore the election by talking about it. So for those of you who don't know, this music is the music for the War of the House of the Commons, or House of Commons. Canada's having an election today. I voted in advance polling, so I did my civic duty a while back. I was thinking about writing a blog for it, and then I realized that the majority of people who watch my stuff are not Canadian, and nobody really cares what my opinions on the election are. So instead, I'll basically force them on you during the live thing rather than the optional blog. So a lot of people tell you should go vote, and I'm generally inclined to agree with the statement that you should go out and vote. I think the motivations they give you are really bad ones. You should vote because it's for the same reason you put away your litter. I think the problem is that a lot of people do this story of, well, I was in this one riding and it won by 10 votes, so you never know, you might be the deciding one. And I think the big problem about that is that there's more that we benefit from in terms of democracy than just the fact that you might be the influential vote, right? I have tended to live in ridings where there is no credible chance that my preferred candidate will be elected, and I have sometimes voted for that candidate, and I have sometimes voted strategically. But the basic idea is this: whether or not you're going to be the influential vote, Canada also used to have a really good system where there would be money that was given to the party for the vote. So in this case, you'd sort of be supporting your party indirectly. But the big reason for me is that, I like the benefits that come from living in a democratic country. I like the fact that we have elected representatives. I like the fact that, we're able to maybe not force politicians to do something forward, but we do have a capability of punishing them if they stray too far from their promises. This is basically how elections tend to work. And whether or not I'm the influential vote, or the decisive vote, it might even be inconvenient for me to vote. But I do think, again, for the same reason that I like living in a city where I don't see trash all over the streets, that generally it's inside the bins, and that it is unusual to see people throw garbage on the ground, that it's, at least if I see somebody just unwrap something and throw the trash on the ground, I think they're kind of a dick. That's the reason why I think people should vote. It's because it's the right thing to do, I suppose. But I also appreciate that, I don't really support mandatory voting. I think the right to vote is also the right to abstain. The only thing that I think is becoming increasingly viable, well, not viable, it's always been viable, but I think one thing that people should consider more often is that if they're not going to vote, they should probably talk with somebody who's not eligible to vote and see what they think. Because it seems to me that there's a lot of people who are under 18 who do want to participate in the process. And if you know someone, they're either going out in other forms of activism, or possibly even there are some people who do help out with political campaigns under 18. It just seems to me that, at the very least, let them, if you're not gonna use it, pass it on. A single transferable vote, if you will. Only other thing I'll say about it for Canada, I love the fact that they made advanced polling open for a really long time and for several days. It made it so easy for me to vote, and particularly to arrive and see you all somewhat close to my starting time. So I figure I've given you all enough runway to come in and start watching the channel. I don't know. you don't vote for the Prime Minister in Canada, so I did not vote for Justin Trudeau or Andrew Scheer or Jagmeet Singh or Elizabeth May or Maxime Bernier, if you really want to include all of the national parties, or proto-national, nationalist in one case, but you vote for your MP only, and the party will determine the leader. It's going to be wonderful practice for 2020, because I remember in the 2016 election. How's it going, Tank Pig? Great to see you. For those of you who don't know them, Tank Pig is a wonderful streamer who I'm very happy to have. I feel like you're coming by more often, which is making me feel good. But Tank Pig is a thoughtful and interesting streamer who I will definitely strongly recommend. I have not watched you in the last week or so I don't know what you've been playing lately. But I will tell you that Tank Pig's got a playlist that looks a lot like mine, which is too many things to play and not enough time to do it. Definitely somebody who I think is worthy of your attention. Let me just make sure that I've tagged this for Age of Wonders Planetfall. But yeah, I wanted to say this is my practice for the 2020 election. I'm not going to look at any of the early returns in Canada. I cast my vote. The country will still be here in the morning. They are projecting that it'll be a minority government, which basically means a bunch of people who hate each other are going to have to get along for however long that government lasts. And it's been a weird one, actually, because the economy is better than it was at this 4 years ago. Generally, unemployment is down. Poverty's sort of moved up. No, all that stuff normally favors the incumbent, but that does not seem to be the case right now. So, like I said, I cast my vote. That is my responsibility. Me watching the returns will not affect the outcome, and rather than stress out about them, like on that highly questionable decision in November of 2016 to stream during that election, which wound up just being a counseling session for everyone, I am going to I'm gonna try and make sense of Age of Wonders Planetfall. Man, I am also looking forward to the expansion. I noticed, by the way, that you were actually I lied. You were streaming Surviving the Aftermath, which sorry, this is the one thing I should be recommending for Tank Pig. Tank Pig does a lot of Paradox stuff. So in my view, that is a fairly strong recommendation right there. Why was I going to mention that? But yes, for those of you who didn't see, PDXCon finished, so the big reveal was Crusader Kings 3. So finally, for once, I in fairness to the previous times, I did say that the most likely sequel would be a sequel to Crusader Kings and not Victoria 3. Victoria 3 will be announced in the PDXCon, where they stop making Victoria 3 jokes. It could already be in development, we don't know. But the thing that bugs me is everybody keeps talking about how there aren't any announcements in PDXCon because their preferred game didn't get announced. There was a ton of cool stuff. So Surviving the Aftermath is currently available on the Epic Store in early access now. It's like $20, maybe a little bit more. As an expansion for Age of Wonders Planetfall, which was announced. I do not recall the exact name. I'll find it later. Which will delve a little bit more into the Lost Empire. There was a Werewolf, the Apocalypse game, sort of teased, more on the Empire of Sin, the heavy metal expansion for BattleTech that's also getting mod support, I believe an update and an expansion for Prison Architect coming out. Anybody who wants to tell you that there wasn't a bunch of new, everybody for some reason seems to think that DLC doesn't count as an announcement, and I would invite you to take a look at Paradox Games. It's a really great game with a heck of a lot of post-release support, and that is why the games are so fun. Although I suspect with Surviving the Aftermath, that might mean that Surviving Mars isn't getting any more updates. I'm not sure about how that'll work. Anyways, some really exciting announcements coming out of PDXCon, but clearly the one so relevant to this channel is the Crusader Kings 3 one, because that was the first, basically the first thing I streamed regularly. Anyways, I'm really delaying it here. So this is the mission that we were on before, because I'm really slow at playing this game. I'm hoping we can at least finish this one here. It is on a higher difficulty than I was accustomed to, and I actually don't know this game well enough to be playing at the higher difficulty, so I think I might knock that one down a little bit until I get a bit better. But let's do this the way I normally do. I don't really recall, I don't even think I had much of a strategy, to be honest. So let's go with the sort of all these little tabs here, and we'll try and make sense of our position. All right.
There's a way to do anything. There's also a smarter way to do anything. Trade secrets are often more about a well-trained workforce than a secret sauce. Tony Rubio Strong. Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Right. I think this was so that I could start making some better armies. Now, frontier policies, I seem to remember, yeah, that boosts growth, and I am actually a little bit behind on that growth, so as much as I want to kind of move forward, I am slightly more inclined to double back and use these frontier policies to get my growth up. So, for as long as the Vanguard had been sent to remote worlds, they had been trained to sustain themselves while new supplies were en route. As a result, the military helps to maintain control and food consumption in our colony. So that's a policy that will boost my growth. Colony militia, not too interested in that at the moment. And combat simulations, oh yes, actually combat sims might also help me out. All right, orders required. I think this wound up becoming sort of an unofficial scout unit. Maybe I should consider some of these. I'll consider some of these others first. So, Dai declared war on Givori, or Givori. I don't remember if... I think we are in a defensive pact. I don't recall if we are at war with these people or not, but we were successfully slapping them around for a bit. So, I mean, maybe I do just want to run in and crush them as early as possible. All right, let's we'll take that under advisement. Let's see what else we've got. Battle 1. All right, that wasn't part of the ongoing war though. Ops ready to launch.
Operations primed and ready.
Right. This one I was going to try and drop a bomb on the bad guys, and I couldn't. So we will prepare to drop a bomb when we have some more intelligence on what's going on down here. So no strikes for me.
Incoming communication.
Daiyujang says, we can become close comrades, Jack Gelder. Let us continue to form stronger bonds between our people. What was the message they sent? We're already in a defensive pact. I will give up my autonomy for 300 energy. No. The Unifier, the friendships we have forged are strong and bountiful, but they could be so much more. It's time for us to forge alliances, to build a great coalition, a new union that can stretch to the stars, make an alliance with 2 different players, maintain an alliance for 20 consecutive turns. So I've got one player that I might do the alliance with, but I'll probably hold off until I can find a second.
Communication.
You're on the path to victory. Keep it up. Why, thank you. That's very kind.
Incoming communication.
You've already sent a message. The stature of your empire may rise in completing these tasks, but don't lose focus on what's really important. So I do have a casus belli. I mean, the fact that I'm kind of... I don't actually have to... I have to do it right now. I think I'm going to hold off until I'm in a better position.
Empire task completed.
We are not alone in the world. Others have come to share it with us. We should make contact with them, make peace with them. From peace comes friendship, and from friendship comes unity. And united, we shall make this planet our own. Sign a non-aggression pact with another player, maintain a peaceful relationship for 10 turns, and we got happiness as a result. Relationship with Vanguard changed to friendly. Cool. I thought we always liked ourselves. So I guess I'm going to need to decide what I want to build here. Okay, so what? I don't think I've decided on what the exploitation for this colony is. I was kind of under the impression that if I zoomed out like this, it would tell me what those are. So now I need to remember how to find out what the benefits. Oh, you know what? I bet it's yeah. Okay. So I seem to recall that I wanted to take this one because in the past, Cosmite has actually been a difficult one for me to get a hold of. It does also have... So the only real drawback to it is it doesn't actually have... it doesn't have the double science like the other one. But I think we can work with this. So I can do the central biofarm to improve the growth to begin with, and then we switch back into the reactor core. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to do the central biofarm. This is partly because the only real advantage I'm going to get from it at the moment, the only advantage I'm going to get from a resource node right now is industry, and that's going to take me a while. So I might as well promote growth while I can, especially because I'm sort of behind the 8 ball with that. So central biofarm it is. And then while we're at it, we were kind of dropping a little bit in terms of happiness. But for now, let's get ourselves built up for military matters. And these are mostly placeholders right now. I'll probably start building units a little bit fast or beforehand. What's the deal here? Abort. I don't want to abort it. So I can boost this output. I don't recall if there's something I'm supposed to build on here or not. I'm also trying to decide whether or not I want to attack these bugs. I'm certainly strong enough. Okay, beforehand, let's... sorry, I realize this is a stumbling start. This is just because it's taken me a while. I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to mainline Age of Wonders Planetfall for a while. And then I will also be considering some City Skylines and Surviving Mars. This doesn't mean I won't be streaming other games, but I think I want to put some... I want to play this a little bit more like I did when it first came out. I actually want to complete some of the main campaign on stream, and I feel like I stream this game better when I keep everything fresh in mind. So, search for Paragon Command Post, go on a personal mission, gain access to Thaulin's tomb, find the Sinumbra Temple. Okay, so there are 2 ways for you to access the cryo facility where Emperor Thaulin rests. You can forcefully take the facility or prove to its protector, Chin Tiltriz, your allegiance with the New Horizon. Sinumbra Temple. If Jivori Ardrelli has established a Sinumbra presence on Serenus Alpha, he must have installed a dedicated base where the infinite Sinumbra rituals take place. Find it. Okay. We will definitely be in trouble if I dedicate any military units towards it, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to get some insight in terms of where the bad guys are. In fact, I might peel off the Kirko and Gulfer, make them a proper scouting unit. And in the meantime, let's get them working back to Nebbington. So the idea that I have behind this will be to sort of rearm this unit, and then we can clear out. So as you can see right now, we've got a few people who just aren't really able to get that much done right now. All right, this is a commander, right? Yes. So, well, actually that... Oh no, that's not going to help me, because this is a scouting unit. So instead, let's... I'm going to get people to run around and just give me an idea of what everything looks like. I'm probably going to change this as well, because if this guy can move 32, which he can, this command... Okay, so I'm going to take this commander, line him up with this Kirko unit, and we're going to basically have it an army worth of 32 move units. This guy's going to heal. Jack Gelder's going to be sort of my main force, although again I'm going to need to hire up another trooper. Speaking of, right, they're already working on that. All right. So Sonumbra Temple, Dolan's Tomb, personal mission. It's time to face your past. Head to the old campus of Parlington University. Great, that's Gelder's mission. And finally, Paragon command posts. Check the marked coordinates to search for local Paragon command posts similar to the ones on Leave 6. And we get some Paragon fanatics. All right, I have got a much better idea of what's going on right now. Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna realign my my commander's movements. Still want to focus on, if I can, I still want to focus on checking out this location. It's also probably give me some insights in terms of where the bad guys are hiding, but that's another matter. Purifier Corps.
It is the solemn duty of every purifier to cleanse the world with fire. The refiner melts silver with intense heat. Liquid ore separates from the dross impurities. We embrace our duty to refine society with fire and scorch the taint of plague.
So,
Logan Dwerg, on joining the Prometheans.
This is fun, obviously, but one of the things I want to start doing is pay attention to some of the units that I'm going to be going up against, particularly the Psi units, but also some of the other creatures kicking around. So, what are we up to? If I want more Promethean technology, it's really the advanced Aegis shield. Oh no, we also can get the Aegis Tank Corps, which will take 32 units, but it'll definitely be a much higher tier unit than I currently have. So if you take a look at what I've got right now, really we're just stuck with tier 1 units, with maybe the exception of some of my vehicles. I'm not too sure, to be honest. So I have a bit of a dilemma now. Do I want to spend a lot of time and get myself some very powerful land units? Or do I want to spend a bit less time and add some multipliers to my existing units? So let's just think a little bit about. So if I get the Aegis tanks, that's heavy. I don't recall the exact name of the little yellow star. So part of this is a question of damage type. The big thing is that for Vanguard, I feel like I need to be going down this tree a little bit further so that I can unlock, so, you know, having things like an air core and whatnot. Mind you, planetary purification. Tier 10 Doomsday Finisher Operation. The final step in the Promethean plan floods the entire world's atmosphere with Pyrex. Requires Pyrex fumigation protocols level 3. Operation will trigger victory after 10 turns. Sweet. I don't think we're quite ready to unleash hell. So let's think a little bit about what the next few moves are going to be. So Aegis shielding. They're not terrible. The only thing is that I'm not 100% sure. I know I went for this because I was looking for sort of like a better infantry unit. But I haven't actually yet decided what my approach against my enemies is going to be. So I think it might make some sense for me to start going down these trees that give me access to a few more unit types, and then we can start working on specialization. So I think what I'm going to do, as much as I mean, engineering core is fine, but I think I might go engineering core, air core, just so that it can give me things like naval, tank, walker, so on and so forth. Basically, I'm going to start going for these less expensive technologies just so that I can give myself some variety in terms of units, and then I can make some harder decisions when the time comes. Computer love, autonom, logical being, Jack Gelder, emotional being. Humanoid media rife with references to love beyond simple biological mating. Queries, what is love? What is compassion? Help autonom understand. Current database limited. Teach autonom to love? Yes, no. Completing this will damage our relationship with other factions. I don't remember who hates them. The Paragon don't like them, apparently. Okay, let's see whether or not this will give me something that I want. It will cost me research, which I'm not crazy about right now. 10 relations bonus, 15 influence, which I don't really need right now, but we do get production, which is something that I'm looking for. Let's close it for now. And see... Is this Paragon? Sorry, again, I'm not the smartest when it comes to some of this stuff. It's just I need to build myself back up. Right. So I don't have great relations with them. So moving back to the autonom, which apparently we can't find anywhere. I think I will accept them, as mad as it will make them. Battle won by Dayu. Again, I think this is Marauders, so I don't need to worry too much about that. This is really what my armies should be looking at right now, or looking like right now. More diplomacy. Autonom. Interesting. So we also don't have a good enough relationship. So really, this influence is being wasted right now. Diplomatic currency used to manipulate other players and NPC factions. It can be used for things like asking NPCs to move from locations, hiring NPC mercenaries, and making diplomatic pronouncements. Well, because I basically get it for free, let's just take a minute. We'll make a pronouncement. Complimenting the other player costs 10 and will improve their opinion by you by 100. Hello, your message came as a pleasant surprise. You should know my people will regard you with much respect. So this is partially just using a resource that would otherwise be wasted. Now, these guys, let's get them back to base so that we can get them to rebuild their army. I think I was using these guys as scouts, because again, we've got this whole coastline here. I have a feeling that's going to be true for the rest of the run. Oop, something happened here. Okay, so I'm slightly curious why I didn't wind... Oh, you know what? I probably was going to attack these guys last round and I just forgot about it. So Let's do it now. So we're up against the Hopperhound Blade Maw, the Hopperhound Mountain Hunter. Okay. Oh, that's right. I wanted to take a quick look at what some of these Syndicate units would be like and try and build up some templates that will be effective. Half an hour in, I'm finally remembering what I want to do in this game. So again, where I can, I'd like to just wait for them and let them come to me, basically. I probably should have thought this through, so if I do an Overwatch... Nope, this gives me coverage that I need. It's a little broader than I want it to be, but we're kind of setting up the kill zone through here. We can't Overwatch these guys, so I'm actually going to send them way off to the flank. So if the guys do wind up moving after this bike, that's fine. We just collapse in. As for this guy, this one's a little bit harder for me to decide because again, I don't have any clear ideas about what kind of actions they're going to take. What I'm going to do instead, let's take Jack Gelder, and he will contribute. So there's nothing stopping these guys from sort of running out to the side, but I believe I should be able to detect them, in fact. So this might actually be an attacking range, but this is a fairly tough little fella. So we're a bit more spread out than I wanted to be, but we should be able to make something happen with this.
Operations ready.
All right, looks like they are being a little craven. That's fine by me, actually. So we've got a total of 4 points. So let's just take a quick minute here. What I'd really like to try and do on this run is to think a bit about how I'm attacking things and what the overall effect is going to be. So I remember the first year in Sundew Valley in the farming colony. The rich soil and favorable climate made life ideal for growing crops. Our community grew strong, and we lived our happy lives as one bounteous harvest after the next. We prepared for a decade, spreading all over the valley until something wicked woke in Hopper Hill. A man-hunter, green and covered in spine. Its legs were sized, leaping across our fields. It cares nothing for our crops. It hungers for the men who cultivate the land. We are its crop. Apache Maz RV 6988D, The Surrender of Sundew Valley. So, armor reduces incoming damage dealt to the unit. Psionic attacks ignore all armor. It's 35 hit points. Highly mobile, melee only. There's nothing basically in my... There's nothing inside of these operations that tell me this is an obviously better attack than the others. So, drops a Shredder Bomb onto the battlefield, dealing 12 damage in a 1 hex radius of effect, with a 12 strength chance to apply bleeding to biological and cyborg units. Then there's the Firestorm projectile, so I'm only going to be able to fire 2 of these. Call in an airstrike that deals 25 basically laser damage to a target with high impact. The projectile also deals 10 fire damage to adjacent enemy units and leaves Pyrex hazard on the affected hexes for 2 turns. That's actually a little more tempting then, because that's going to force this guy to move out, and it does land on one of its its more elite units. So in this case, the Firestorm projectile might be a good idea. There's in fact a small temptation here to put the Pyrex on the gate, but that's a little too galaxy brain for me. I think I'm just going to drop it on the scary unit, and we'll allow the area of effect to do things. So if it didn't have the good area of effect, if it didn't do the good area of effect damage, on top of the fact that it forces them to actually make a decision in terms of where they go, I wouldn't have done it. But here, this makes sense. Only I need to remember that I right-click to So here, I actually think I'm going to go for an even harder flank. How easy do I want to make their job? Okay, they can cover their comrades here, so we're okay with that. So it looks like Gelder does have a few options in terms of attack. Oh, maybe not. This is getting a little closer than I want to move my guys, but... And then the real question here is whether or not I can get a shot off on these guys. It looks like I can't. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to start committing myself a little bit more to activity here. And then this guy will kind of be a little tripwire if these guys move in. Also, I'm going to start trying to do things like dropping smoke and whatnot. Anyway, so the big thing here is that even though I attack, the fact that I'm letting these guys burn up basically means that they have to move to me, so... These guys should also do an overwatch. Yeah, so this is the intended effect, and then now I don't need to worry about anything else. Okay, so now we're ready to make our moves. There is an interesting question as to whether or not I want to stand my ground. Now, in this case, I think I'm going to move up and...
Enemy neutralized.
So the interesting thing here, of course, is what happens with my my possible flank. I don't think this counts. So next question is, can we... Yes. So we're moving out of our position. I don't think I'm going to be able to get these guys where I want them to, but I am going to give... I'm basically going to give these guys a little... this front units a little backup. Now we'll see what happens. I am more hopeful that this is a flank more than anything. Alright, so if that thing didn't die, I was going to send in my pug to drop some smoke. Is this a tactics game, or is it like Age of Wonders 3 and has a Civ-style game attached? So it is much closer to Age of Wonders 3. I mean, even Age of Wonders 3 sort of had the Civ-style... But yeah, so there's the strategic layer and the tactical layer. It's been a while since I played Age of Wonders 3, so I feel like the tactical layer is a little more fleshed out in this one, but it may also just be that I'm paying attention a little bit more. But I'm just more being slow, Belladante. So I will say on the sort of the 4X, the strategic layer, they've done some really interesting things with it, like... It's a good example I can give. Ooh, I can annex this right away. I won't though. I think I want to bully the natives a little bit more. So I want to annex this so that I can get the Cosmite. But yeah, so it seems like a lot of the... Actually, you know, the best thing I can do is just click on my capital. So we can take a look at the buildings that I'm setting up. And what's really happening here is a lot of the... Normally you'd build buildings and it'd be like, you know, you build a library to get science or something like that. In this case, it's a lot more about picking sectors that you'll expand into, which will wind up giving you some benefits. So for instance, we've got the particle collector in this region, and this is generating a lot of wealth for me. So you know, repair station adds 5 production when it's within the colony's domain. We've got the void tech complex, which gives me extra energy and whatnot. So we've got a number of in this case, I'm starting to sort of clear up the energy and food production. I actually need to clear these nodes. This is the motivation to start clearing out the locals. because it starts giving you some benefits to your own central locations. But the other thing that is interesting is you actually need to dedicate your commanders to start annexing new territories, which means that like in this case, I'm making a decision between, do I want to improve the production capabilities of my capital, or do I want to expand out my new location to start getting this cosmite? I actually want to do both, but I'm close enough to the Marauder Guard, and we don't really have a lot of damage. The thing is, I see my army's health right now as a resource. Right now, nobody but Jack is healing. So in this case, I'm gonna put some more. I'm gonna do some more fighting just so that I can, if anything, I can take advantage of some healing as it moves by. So the strategic layer is different from traditional 4X's, but I think they're generally, they're generally pretty good improvements. I'm tempted to go for Deadeye here, but this is my infantry-focused commander, so hero gains Overwatch on all primary ranged attacks. Okay, I'm less worried about what the hero can do, and I really want more what their. I really want to know what their allies get. 2 fire resistance. Only functions when hero. Okay, that's tempting. Fallout Protocols is a tempting one. All-around awareness is also tempting, but so is Deadeye because of the... Fallout Protocols is really good if I'm going up against stuff that does that beam damage. In this case, I am going to do Deadeye, though. And we'll just give him more opportunities to level up. Miles 4K. Started playing Surviving Mars. It's difficult. Oh, it's wonderful, though. I love Surviving Mars. What are you having some I mean, so don't get me wrong. Like, it's not the easiest game to get into. I think that's true of all Paradox games. But what's given you some challenges? Hey, Cool Eagle. Good to see you guys. Let me just take a quick minute here and shout out the Cool Eagle. The Cool Eagle, in addition to Tank Pig, is another streamer of Paradox games. You must have been very happy to see the Battletech. That was a pretty cool... I mean, in one sense, it's a shame that the Heavy Metal expansion apparently has decided to abandon John Everest's wonderful orchestral score. But you can't call it heavy metal and not have some loud guitars. Anyways, Cool Eagle is a big Battletech fan. And on top of that, is probably going to be looking forward to the modding support that they're adding to BattleTech. So the moment you need to start making machine parts and computer parts, all your people start getting stressed and kill themselves. Ah, yes. So one of the problems I run into quite frequently, Miles 4K, is I expand a little too quickly. If you're directly running into the stress problems, it usually means that whatever you're doing to try and produce those goods, you're pushing your folks a little too hard. But tell you what, I'm actually going to be doing Surviving Mars reasonably soon. I'm going to be focusing on Age of Wonders for a while, but I will try and do something a little more comprehensive because I'm actually trying to overcome some of my challenges along those lines in my own Europe playthrough. So you might find that a little bit more instructive than what I can talk about while I'm doing Age of Wonders Planetfall. I encourage you to stay with it though, and don't if you're not doing the International Mars mission, don't be afraid to just scrap your current work and go back to something that's a little bit easier, because there are definitely some starts that make the game very challenging. Yeah, I thought PDXCon was really good. I know a bunch of people are going to complain about not getting Victoria 3 or whatever, but Crusader Kings 3 is, that was obviously going to be the next one. I did say it was going to come out. But I mean, stop clock is right twice a day, right? I think all the stuff they announced was really good. And there's a ton of stuff that they haven't announced yet. This is the big thing to keep in mind, the former lead on Stellaris is working on a game which hasn't been announced yet. I don't know what happened to that John Everest project that they were working on. There's clearly going to be more Age of Wonders Planetfall content. There's going to be a lot of really good stuff coming up. The CK3 and the fact that they made Crusader Kings 2 free to play, that is such a smart move on their part. I think it's going to be like if any Paradox game has a reputation that precedes it, it is Crusader Kings. So clearly the money's going to be made on the DLC anyway. But the fact that they're able to, the fact that people are finally able to see for themselves whether or not this is the kind of thing that that they want to sign on to, I think that's great. Like I think it's a smart decision, and I think it's one that will make it easier for me to sort of explain to people why I like these strange games. Okay, so the quartzite has thermal resistance but biochemical weakness, as well as arc resistance, so this isn't really going to affect a lot of my units. They do have the chain discharge, which is a worry. And then the liquid flame, I think, is going to be a problem because of the thermal resistance. So I want to be careful about giving them an opportunity to start bouncing between my units. But again, Jack Gelder is my point man, so let's get him to... So I'm going to do something a little weird with this pug here. Normally I'd like to just throw him into the fray. I'm going to put him a little bit out of the way, and this is just because of any fears of bouncing arcs. Now the one worry that I have is that I've now given the AI an excuse not to go into the kill zone because these guys have ranged attacks. But I can always, the idea here is I can always withdraw and force them in, and if they decide to stay put, well, that gives me an opportunity to take the assault bike and move it somewhere a little more advantageous. You're already tired of people complaining about what they think is going to be... Yeah, I mean, people are always going to complain about Paradox. It's a shame, right? Like, it's, in some senses, I've met really interesting and wonderful people through playing Paradox games, and I've also seen really whiny and just generally unpleasant people through it. And, the answer to that is always to just focus on the good. Like, I'm very happy to have the people who I see coming in, and I can... All right. I should have expected that, I suppose. Now this is an interesting opportunity because what I then get to, if the fire guy stays put, we'll be able to. No, we won't be able to slap him around.
Operations ready.
Okay, so let's start with
Enemy annihilated.
So now I want to see if I can get a flank on these guys. I cannot. It's 5% chance. Doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. And this isn't available. Okay. I believe he has, yes, a laser. This is actually going to make my life a little more difficult, because the ideal matching is to use my normal troops against the flame guys. So I'm not going to play this game. We're actually going to pull back. Now, I can do the Firestorm projectile or the Shredder bomb. I'm thinking in this case I'm going to do a Shredder bomb. Well, oh, god damn it. I forgot right click is activate, not not cancel. Well, that's embarrassing. I am going to move these guys up a little bit. Ooh, that's not as good as I thought it would be. Yeah, well, and that's just it, Steampunk. Like, I actually think so. I'd like to think of myself as a rather big proponent of complaining about some things in games. I just think that as a whole, people complain about the wrong things in games. So if it just winds up being this generic, constant whine, we all lose out because it means that otherwise sensible like commentary or criticism sort of gets missed. Whereas being able to say something like,
Destroyed.
hey, this decision here makes this other thing in the game not as effective as you might have intended. I think that kind of feedback's really good. I mean, that's why games wind up doing stuff like early access. So again, the aim here is to prioritize my infantry. I am a little tempted. What's this guy's range? Okay, so they can already do the Magmaspic on Gelder. I don't need to worry about things bouncing around anymore, so we'll do the damage that we can to our magma friends. The point here again was to get a little bit of a distribution of damage, and change my mind on the bike because we only have one place to flank now. I bought that yesterday. I haven't played it yet though, but Tank Pig was playing it the other day. Yeah, well, like, I'm somewhere in the middle, Steampunk, at Belladonna. Like, I really do think that modern games are, among the best that have ever been made. And it's not hard to make that argument, right? Like, the fact of the matter is, like, it doesn't mean that there's always constant progress, but one major advantage that designers have today is that they're able to learn all the lessons from before. On top of that, the technology has gotten cheaper. So, for instance, Age of Wonders Planetfall takes all of the lessons of the previous Age of Wonders games, and it now has the financial backing of Paradox. And so it may not be to everyone's taste, but it is reasonable to assume that Triumph is not just sitting on their hands and reheating the leftovers of Age of Wonders, or Age of Wonders 3, rather. Now, again, not every sequel is better than its predecessor. Not every modern game is better than the old ones. But there are... Basically, we as gamers are more literate in sort of the grammar of gaming than we've ever been before. Like, there are conversations about design decisions that are happening that wouldn't have in ye old days. And again, there's just, there's the possibility to do things that weren't available before. But with that in mind, I also really like older games. And I particularly like it when people go back to older games and do a modern spin on it. So for instance, Julian Gollop going back to Chaos and doing Chaos Reborn was wonderful. That's a really good game if you haven't tried it. And if you like the tactical element in Age of Wonders Planetfall, I have a feeling that Chaos Reborn will be right up your alley. But yeah, as you say, like, if people are just going to reduce it down to whether or not you can get 144 frames and everything looks like virtual reality without the goggles, that's a choice. I just don't think it's a very interesting one. Oh, sorry, Belladonna. I may have... I've got Steampunk Belladonna and Belladante, so I might be mixing you two up accidentally. Anyways, let's get greedy and go after the Marauder Guard. So, Syndicate and 4... Oh, yes, this will be a good... This will actually be a good... this will be a good test run to see some effective ways of taking these guys out. So we've got the Enforcer. The protesters were fools. Syndicate noble merchants all have money and power. A bunch of shouting people won't change that. Who fights the Syndicate enforcers expecting to get away with without some kind of injury? Each punch with their psi-powered gauntlet is the equivalent force of being beaten by an angry mob. Their psi-tech weaponry can create shields, and if things get out of control, inflicts crippling wounds on the unruliest dissidents. In the Syndicate, if you want a long life, you should lay low, keep quiet, and obey. Sounds like my workplace. Those are for Atu Propagandist RV9527H, Revisions of Syndicate History. Oh, your IRL name. Oh, that's actually a much more clever. It's a much more clever name than I realized, Belladante. You also feel like a lot of problems with people being whiny come from them being entitled, and that a lot like the nitty-gritty reality of making games are being obscured. True, I do think that. I mean, this is probably the econ nerd in me coming through, where it is not through the benevolence of the butcher, the baker, or the brewer on which we rely on our supper, but an appeal to their self-interest. I think it is reasonable. Like, game developers will advocate for their own interest. They are ultimately the supplier of the product, whereas their audience will will look out for their own. But I think one of the problems with that relationship is that the communication lines have broken down. It feels like whenever a developer is honest about things, it tends to result in a mob as much as it does anything else. And I think that's a problem, because someone like me who really does enjoy things like the Paradox podcast and having developers go out on Twitter and talk about things and learning more about how these games get made. Obviously, having a public which will potentially punish you for not towing the party line, that's going to result in a reduction of those kinds of events, and as a result, it means that I'm not able to, to experience some of the cool stuff that we otherwise would get. So, but yeah, I don't think it's bad. Like, here's the thing, right? As a player of games, I want every game to be like $1. It's just that I also understand if every game was $1, then I wouldn't be getting the types of games that I'm used to right now. Gaming would be fixed at its current state because all the costs of the current games are fixed. We just wouldn't see new ones coming out. Whereas, but the thing is that, like, for instance, Paradox has definitely been very slow to lower the price of their new DLCs coming out, and it's very clear that they have been able to support games that get progressively better even through the free updates. Now, I have been one of those people who have complained about Paradox's DLC policy in the past. I didn't like it when and I mean, they still do this for some games where there are 3 or 4 pieces of DLC that will come out, and you kind of have to buy. So, like, when Crusader Kings would do a DLC, a model pack, and music, and then maybe even some new unit, like, there'd sometimes be 3 or 4 things that you unpack. I much prefer the Stellaris model, where there's sort of big expansions and story packs, and then the cosmetics, in addition to coming into the existing upgrades, you'll get separate species packs, which also tend to come with some other things like new music and whatnot. That one works for me because it's not, you are now adding 3 or 4 items to your cart when a sale comes by and you finally get the thing that you want. It also kind of the perception of it kind of feels like I'm being nickeled and dimed a little bit. But I also think that in the end, it's up to the producer to decide the price at which they want to sell something. And it's my decision to decide whether or not I want to pay for that. So in my own case, like, I have had complaints in the past about the Paradox thing. I just think that overall, the things I complained about are more in the past, and I can kind of understand how they are approaching this now. Where before it was just me as an angry consumer seeing the DLC as like a Civilization 5 expansion, or even something like Amplitude's games, because the original Endless Space had 1 expansion and just a ton of free DLC that kept updating the game. To take a look at something like that, I definitely had a very different idea of what was involved with the DLC, and ultimately now I realize that that it's very different from what other games do. So some part of it is just communicating what the value is of these things. So, anyways, there is a reason why I went into this, not just to rant about DLC policies. I want to get a quick idea, because this is going to be something a little bit more likely to fight against. So again, biological is the main one I'm looking at here. We've got the Psi-Tech Seal. This unit ends its turn and goes into a defensive mode. It grants itself and adjacent tiles 2 blue thingies. It also becomes 25% harder to hit and cannot be flanked. If this unit is staggered, defensive mode is cancelled. So shields. Shields reduce incoming damage dealt to the unit. Melee attacks ignore shields. Okay. So these guys are tougher than they look, and apparently melee is the way to go. We have Indentured Syndicate. The Narku family purchased the family's debt. It originated from my great-grandfather. When he failed to profit from the venture, the debts fell into collection for up to 5 generations. That's the terms. I pay it off through indentured servitude. I do what they want, fight or die. I belong to the owner. Many folks lost their livelihoods when the Bloody Star Union crashed. I don't blame anybody, really. I live, many didn't survive, so that's that. I'll do whatever it takes to pay down the principal, even wield a gun. Zircon Mark, RV 3499F, Memoir of One Indentured. So they've got pulse repeaters. Okay, so psionic resistance. They emit arc, so I believe some of my tanks are a little weak to arc. Cerebral control collars, immune to all morale effects and gains 2 psionic resistance. Unit is now considered an indentured unit. Overwatch. Biological core, infantry, land... Okay. No really... It's not a lot of, like, weird stuff for me to worry about. And then an assembly scavenger. I think these are the guys who heal when they melee attack you, so... My mother used to tell fairy tales of ghouls looting graveyard crypts, hungry to feast upon the dead. Her stories haunted me when I saw the assembly scavengers wandering lost battlefields, harvesting flesh from the fallen. As basic infantry of the assembly, one of their arms is replaced with a short-range shotgun, yet scavengers don't eat flesh. They use their long vivisecting claws to amputate viable body parts for transplantation. My left leg was removed at the knee in one such unfortunate encounter. Somewhere out there, a part of me fights for my enemy. Mazur Ritali, RV9912M, Synthetic Avalanche. For those of you, by the way, who are not familiar with these games, the factions are bananas. You can play these guys. Okay, Claw Slash. Assimilate heals for 3 when attacking non-mineral, non-ethereal units. High Empiric Stagger units. Shotgun. I mean, really, all I need to know is about the... all I really need to know is about the melee heal. Also, they are cyborg, so have an inherent 10% resistance to all status effects. By the way, one of the reasons I mean, I've been phoning it in for a while on streaming, it feels like. I feel bad about that. But, I really wanted to get dinner before I streamed, and that couldn't happen. So, I'm going to do my best to work through it. But, like, I'm feeling like... I had a very light lunch, and I'm really feeling like I haven't eaten. So I probably really know more rambly than I was already. But just keep in mind that I'm going to be... I think I'm probably going to be a little... if I seem a little off, it's for this reason. Yeah, I know. I actually I started the cast late specifically so I could go out and get something. And there's like a pizza place nearby, and like this is the second or third time this has happened. Like, literally no pizza, like absolutely nothing to buy, and so I go out of my way to this place, and then find out that like there's nothing there. So that was not a great moment. Obviously, I didn't like yell at the guy or anything like that. It's just. Clearly, I went out of my way specifically for that place, thinking that it would be, it would be my fastest option, and as a result, it just kind of invalidated the option. So it's unlikely that these guys might just engage with the firefight, but here I am going to get some early damage on the Vanguard. If they take the bait and try and move in on Gelder, obviously they go into the death zone. Anyways, again, like I said, we'll focus on the positive. Okay, that's a little more damage than I was expecting, to be honest, but...
Operations available.
Okay, so first thing, looks like I don't have... God, see, this is a really interesting one because it also blows up. So I don't believe this guy's got his like anti-flanking device up. So let's try and make something happen here. Now, the real question is, can I seal the deal on them? Because now I've committed myself to... Well... So the important thing to remember now is that Gelder doesn't have his protection. They might die to bleeding. As soon as bleeding, it has -2. Physical resistance takes 5 down. Yeah, they're just done. So the question is whether or not they can cause some problems for Gelder. I might regret this, but I'm going to take out the...
Enemy killed.
All right, so that's a shame. I was hoping that it would damage this thing in the back. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to get a quick healing... Oh, okay. Gelder is not in range. So of course I'm leaving my my pug up to a potential attack. Now I actually fear the indentured less. So in this case we'll just burn. Oh no, this is such a weak move though. I wish I had an undo. I don't though. So let's seal this guy off. What I should have done, I knew that he was going to bleed out, and it would have actually been really useful to know whether the bleed hits at the start or the end of the turn. I became a total baby, so I'm leaving these guys open to reply. All right, where else were we? I'm tiny. We cook for ourselves, or we start. Steambug Belladonna. I was on a really good track record of like cooking for myself. Especially before streams, and unfortunately oh, you know what, this is also gonna be my last fight, so we can drop I think I only have the shredder bomb available. This time we will actually drop it on the thing we intend. But yeah, I didn't properly account for groceries, and so I'm very hungry. You're joining the streamers who have mini fridge or microwave near their chair. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if I do that, I feel like I'll just wind up eating like a lot of really crummy stuff, and I'd rather not do that. Like I don't want to make it like a thing. Like I'm not a particular health nut. It's just I actually I had like candy for the first time in a while, and I noticed that I bought I made 2 other special trips. In this case I'm going to destroy the obstacle because I have a higher chance of hitting it. Yeah.
Enemy annihilated.
Our
forces are victorious.
But yeah, I noticed like I got that one candy bar, and like I had 2 other times on the weekend where I bought it, and I'm like, I don't really need this. It's just I've gotten back in the habit. I form habits very easily. So I'm trying to really do things. I've been really good at reading lately. I've been pretty good at making sure that I record VODs even if I really don't feel like it. And so I wanted to, I'm again trying to minimize those bad habits. All right, Kazington can annex its first sector. It's going to be this one once I can get to it. And we've got ops ready to
Operations
launch, but I'm
primed
not
and
sure
ready.
what I'm going to put down yet, so. Oh, sorry. It looks like there was a... Sorry, it looks like there's a bunch of stuff. So, Miles 4K says, you know what? I'm going to restart your Surviving Mars game. There's already problems with uploading it to cloud storage. There's no way that you can turn your colony around with 50 suicides. It's not bad to reset, Miles, but you can... yeah, it's... I've had a couple of colonies where I'm like, I'm going to learn more if I start again and fix my problems rather than carry on. But I believe Cool Eagle is correct that religious colonists don't have suicide risks. Although, again, that's kind of... that's not dealing with the core of the problem. Oh, no worries, guy. I mean, again, I'm trying to get a little bit better at not getting too sidetracked during my cast, but the fact, like, you guys talking about food or other games is fine. Like, I'm apparently doing a bad job of looking at chat, though. So, okay, message from the Paragon faction. Ruffians, outlaws, thugs, how dare they oppose the will of the Paragon? While we struggle to feed the children of our land, those robbers plunder and steal, causing the poor to suffer. There's no future in this, Jack Gelder. Will you rid us of their menace? Think of the children. Yes, this will probably be very hard. Right, I believe... So these guys are going to... because this is a melee guy, I want to try and make sure that I've set myself up with enough melee units to kind of carry the day. I might need to wait a little while with Mr. Gelder and his units. Yeah. So, it's low skill troop, but also because we've got this repair station, they're healing pretty well. But we'll so first thing Gelder's going to do is annex this territory just because he's nearby. Second thing he's going to do is complete the story mission, because I would like to finish this map on this broadcast. You have Space Race and the Mysteries Resupply Pack. Yeah, so as Cool Eagle was saying, if you want to negotiate with other neighbors, you can do trading missions. But there was a but that I had, but but yeah, so Space Race should have, now this is the thing, if you bought Space Race after, you may not have the neighboring colonies enabled. I don't 100% know how that works. I know, like, the Green Planet stuff didn't trigger when I played a previous save after Green Planet was released. But if you don't have the trading option and you're running out of metal, like, the main way to get metal is just to pick it up off the ground. And if you've run out of places to pick it up off the ground, then you make a mine. The worst way is to import it from Earth. But if you do have a rival colony with reasonably good relations, you should be able to trade for it. Okay, this guy still needs to join my scout unit. Let's see what happens if I move them on the halls. Okay. This is where the followers of Jivori Ardeli conduct their rituals. We must proceed to the compound, into the compound with caution. There's no way of telling what psionic nightmares await us therein.
Objective completed.
Alright. Attack the Dark Sanctorum. Kill the cultists guarding the Dark Sanctorum. That's definitely not something that this guy is going to be doing. Alright, Nebbington. I feel like I need to be setting them up. They... Rift generator seems the biggest benefit if this is going to be for constructing. Okay. Energy sectors upgrade gives +1 level to all energy sectors. Raising the sector level of a sector will increase the benefits from sector exploitations and sector specializations in that sector. Obviously, I do want to be building units, and I certainly have no shortage of energy for it. The rift generator seems too good, though, because if I'm going to be generating more units, I want to get the extra shields and the damage. So let's start with the rift generator. Oh, I do get to build more than one of these. Oh, God. So we're going to be waiting a while on any new units, unfortunately. But it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for some really cool bonuses. RC commanders, but also you can send your transport to go and pick it up off the ground. Have a good one, Cool Eagle. I believe Cool Eagle is running off to stream, so if my stuff's not working for you, Cool Eagle is a good guy to watch, and he might be a little more on the ball because he's not so hungry. You should you do India to get infinite metal? I think India is rated a little more difficult than the others. I don't know, Miles 4K, so I'll put it to you this way. If you haven't already done the International Mars mission, that one might work so that you can sort of learn the basics and you can focus on, like, how, like, basically you can start giving yourself a few more individual challenges as time goes by. And essentially what you can do is you can... you'll start choosing what mechanics you want to go a little bit more in depth into. If you've already done the International Mars mission, then yeah, I mean, pick whichever one you find interesting. If you found that metal was difficult, India might be the right way to go. The big thing is that I actually haven't had the problem you've had. I tend not to run out of metal, and so as a result, it's hard for me to recommend a good metal generating sponsor because I don't actually have the problem that you're having. So okay, yeah, I mean, definitely. And I assume at some point you're probably going to want to try them all. So if you found that metal was a difficulty that you were having, maybe a country that does a better job with it will be a little more fun. But this is like, even for something like Age of Wonders Planetfall, like, as you can sort of tell from the last time that I played this and the way that I'm doing it right now, like, I'm spending a little bit more time looking at the units and trying to figure out, okay, this is how I deal with this particular situation I find myself in. And so this is how I generally like to learn games like this. Don't give up yet. This isn't over. You could still rise in the ranks of this world. Oh, am I doing that badly? You've already sent a message. You're at the bottom of the capability rankings now. It's your choice to live with that or rise above it. All right. I don't remember what menu shows me the capability rankings, but I'm not surprised by that at all.
The unit's template manager interface.
Nope.
Operations primed and ready.
Huh. Oh, overall capability. Yeah, so I'm the lowest, as is my ally. Overall capability represents how players measure up against each other in total, regardless of the 3 different capability subcategories. So I don't know if this is conditions met or whatever, but clearly I'm I need to build myself back up.
Production ready.
All right, we already set these guys up for production, so we're okay there. We're going to be slow a bit on the science, but in this case, let's just move on to the next turn. All right, good luck, Miles 4K. All right, handle here. Jonathan Vegas wants to join you, so he looks like a melee character. We can recruit him for 150 energy. That's almost a month, so I have a lot of heroes already. But given the fact that we know that some of the units, we did seem to feel that we had a sort of a melee, a lack of melee capability. And so I think one thing that I could do is recruit some more melee heroes, even if I don't have melee units. And I'll just kind of send them in as, you know, kind of shock units to disrupt the psychic enemies. Well, Psychologist will probably help you out with some of the, problems you were running into as far as psychology was concerned, Miles 4K. What else do they have? Assault. Yeah, highly mobile character. Yeah, this is definitely somebody I want to bring in. Now, what units I support him with is a totally different question. I kind of need to fulfill some other missions for that. So right now, we'll have 2 guys focused on. All-round awareness. Yeah, so same deal with He Jiang. So close quarter specialist 1, 2, can't take him up to 3. Infantry commander is a little tempting here, but I think I'm going to focus more on. We'll give him a little bit of extra vitality. And I've got 2 left over. We'll lock these in for now.
Operations primed and ready.
I don't really want any of these. Oh, hang on. A well-funded and dedicated diplomatic corps is essential to our mission on this planet. We will ensure that others always see us in the best light. You gain 100. Sure, let's prime that. All right, let's try and reunite my my scouting units so that we can. Part of this is just rebuilding some of my bad decisions before. So one thing I want to do is try to get a little bit more. Like a little bit more intelligence about where I'm at, where my enemies are, what kind of capabilities I'm going to be going up against, because I really only have one properly outfitted army, and that one properly outfitted army is the one that's also doing things like seizing territory and such. So clearly, that's not a very efficient use of my resources. So even something like this unit, right? Like, there's clearly so many opportunities, and we are taking advantage of none of them because we haven't done any in research in terms of crossing the sea. Which I will do at some point, but I figure I've got so many, like, there's just so many goals for me to work on right now that I'm going to hold off, and I think I'm okay with you waiting. Unless I can get all of you to move. Okay. Oh, and we're at capacity on influence, so let's just take a minute here. I don't think... Wrong group. Yeah, we don't have enough from either faction to be able to make the most of our... Oops. Again, wrong group. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything to take advantage of our... Quest ownership. Oh, for integration, yeah. Now, unfortunately, these guys aren't going to be too helpful with my melee need. I suspect it will be the Paragon that is more helpful. But that's, again, we're already sort of locked into that relationship. There's not much I can do about it. Let's take a minute here and see, is there anything interesting we can do here? Not really. I can propose an alliance, but I have a feeling it's a mutual action. Both players need to defend. So I don't think it actually says exactly what I get for an alliance. Let's just take a quick minute here and see. Share intelligence treaty. Allies can be called into any war. Allied victory. Alliances have the following effects. So it's being called into the war that's my bigger worry. You know what? Increasing your diplomatic state with this player means they'll be able to call you into the war with other players should the need arrive. Javori Ardeli. Yep, we'll go for it. How should you expand? What should you be prioritizing early game? You tried power, advanced resources, as well as land, and they all failed. So my own particular approach, Miles 4K, I try to make the colony as self-sustaining as possible. The drawback that I have with that is that it slows down my science capabilities quite slowly. So in your case, one thing that I might do would be to focus on earning enough money to be able to import the advanced resources that I need right away. And basically making sure, if you're having problems with psychology, make sure that the needs of my existing groups are sort of taken care of first. Like, sorry, the needs of what's the better way for me to put this? The needs for like my lesser colonists, or the ones, like the people that you've been having trouble with, like make sure that that gets taken care of, and then start expand. Like if you're finding that electronics are too expensive and you have a surplus of rare metals, then you can build into that. But basically the idea is like refined goods are things that Earth is really good at producing, whereas in the case of Mars you actually need to build up the capability to produce those. And in order to build up the capability to produce those, you need to provide other services such as, diners and casinos and whatnot. So focusing on raw goods, especially with a country like India, which has a bit of an advantage in terms of being able to produce that, what would probably work well for you if you feel like you're doing rather well in terms of... if you feel like you're doing well in terms of metal production, that means metal, the most likely advanced resource you'll be able to get out of that would be machine parts. So you try and build as many things that require machine parts as an input, because that means that you'll need to import less from Earth. And then once you do that, then you can start saying, okay, now that I've got this secured, what's the next thing I want to expand to? And by that time, you'll have started to look at some other sectors, and you'll be able to make some informed decisions. Okay, I don't want to volunteer war with these guys, but can I offer a non-aggression pact? Do I want to? No. Let's not go crazy here. I think we'll just do a friendly compliment. Hello, Jack Gelder. I'm glad to hear from you again. Your message came as a pleasant surprise. You should know my people regard you with much respect. All right, sorry about all the time that took. Reputation change to trustworthy. Minus 50 opinion of disreputable players, so the syndicate won't like that. Plus 10% dwelling shop cost production. Good news there. We've completed the unifier. Ah, well, we gave our ally... Well, I mean, we gave our ally a boost, so that can't be that bad. Paragon faction demand. Cosmite is a finite quantity, a rarity even for the Paragon. To keep good relations with us, we request a tribute. I will accept this. It is a bit much to ask, but I am trying to improve the relations with these guys, so that Cosmite is money well spent. Let's unite my Kirko. So the idea here is I want to focus on units that will give me a movement of sort of 32. And now the question is, where do I want to see what's going on in the world? Start with the Bruising Wilderness. I'm a little curious what's going on there, and particularly why. Okay, so this is owned by the bad guys. Too neutral. I thought I was trustworthy. Doctrine enacted. The diplomat.
Enacted.
A well-funded, dedicated diplomatic corps is essential to our mission on the planet, and will ensure that other players always see us in the best light. Alright, we've got yet another annexation possibility. So what I'm going to start doing here, I'm going to make my Fists of Fury unit. They're going to become my focus for expansion. Now, we're kind of already set up, so, you know, they've got the sweet particle collider system. The natural endowments of both are basically the same. I'm mildly inclined towards the abandoned quarry because of the extra industry. Obviously, I'm going to be building a lot of units out of this place at some point in the future. But we have the Imperial War Monument. Visit sites. A war monument honoring ancient heroes of the Star Union, filling troops with determination. It provides 20% increased accuracy to visiting units for their next combat. It's good, but it's not like get those units good. So I think we're going to focus on annex sector as a province of Nebbington, or build a forward base. I don't need to build a forward base. Gelder, same story. But in this case, it's going to be on Kysington. You guys were already doing something. Apparently not. All right, so next question is, what else do I get Fist of Fury to do? Milestone charge station. I kind of wanted to know what the little gold crown does. I would have thought it would give you the quest that you're currently on for your allies. Okay.
Production ready.
Kensington, they're continuing on the path that I already wanted them to do, so I don't see any need to change that. I might eventually change from the central biofarm, but again, I want to promote growth because we're behind. I probably will also want to produce a colony unit at some point. Okay, so if these guys aren't going to yell at being told to get a move on, these guys have kind of already got the west taken care of, so let's make these guys check out the south. This character is a little bit more focused on the coast, and again, most of this is just a function of the fact that I don't have the industrial capacity to get these guys built back up. So let's see if I can get any goodies from the Paragon. They still don't love me enough. That's fine. We still have one more turn before we need to find something to spend the money on. So I guess we go and punch some of the locals. Okay, so advanced liquid crystal. Nope, not you. I don't know what this purple business is. Ah, psychic. Also kinetic resistance. So they're good against everything. So my troopers need to focus on these guys, and I guess my robots will focus on the commander. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm not too worried. The relative power is pretty straightforward. I've run out of water. Okay, I love that Gelder moves first. I just don't have... He's not the one I actually want moving first. So if I can get a shot off at... Yeah, see, I don't like these. I'll still put him on point, but... I also feel like I should get the pug moving. Again, I'm going to move the pug way out to the side. Well, I'm going to move them way out to the side, but I do kind of want them in the back as well. And this is just because if I move them too far to the side, then this guy's going to make a beeline for him. Again, I'm just trying to set up my little wall of death the way I normally do. I don't... So this guy has the bounce, if memory serves. Yeah, chain discharge. So it's not to my advantage that I'm clustering up like this, but I also don't believe they'll be able to cause me any grief this round. That will change on round 2. I mean, I also don't expect the Wall of Death to actually produce any any attacks. But I'm going to set it up, and we'll see how they react to my positioning. Also, of course, the important thing is it does give me some time to prep an operation. Okay, so this is really educational. We get to do the Firestorm projectile, and again, we get to punish them for sort of staying put. Now, the drop... Actually, yeah. There is a small argument for the Shredder Bomb in this case, because while it does less damage overall, it does... yeah, you know what? Shredder Bomb costs me less. Oh, wait, but no, they get resistance to all of these, right? Yeah. So no, in this case, I'm going to do the Firestorm projectile. My reasoning here, again, is the Pyrex that gets set up. And I am going to... If they're not going to move, I'm not going to move. With possible exception of Gelder, if I can find a good spot for him to shoot. Nope. So, basically what I want to do here, because they're a little bit more reliant on... where the hell is this coming from? I've never seen this. It's kind of neat. Again, I want to keep this guy... So, I mean, his better role is to kind of support my guys over here, but seeing as they're sort of hunkering down, what I want to do now is I'm going to move him into a nice flanking position. So if I do decide to sort of close in, he'll be in a good spot. So the idea here is that these guys are going to be forced to move out of the Pyrex. And again, if they stay put, I can stay put. And then if they move, then I can sort of make a decision. Again, they need to make the move, and I get the advantage of the positioning. So. Surely I have more attacks coming. All right.
Enemy killed.
Okay, so that's the opening I needed. Now we will make an effort to... Ideally, I still want to be set up for... So in a perfect world, I would be set up for some Overwatches too, but I do have some chances to attack here, so I will do what I can. Again, I want to be a little bit careful on the fact that some of these attacks can bounce now. In a perfect world, I would get a shot off, but it looks like I'm not set up, so... we'll move Gelder up, and we'll set him up with an Overwatch. So the idea here is that if these guys try to move in, we have a punishment set up for them. Now this is a harder decision here because there's not a lot of cover for me to work with. Actually, you know what? It's not the most inspired choice. So this pug really doesn't have that much going for it here. And gonna be a little silly. I'm actually gonna move this bike right back into the middle here. This is trying to bait them into my my little death like Overwatch zone here. Also, if I really want, I can drop a shredder bomb. I think, yeah, it's just shy of the kind of impact that I want. Although this is going to be the only other combat I can do. So if I want, I can drop another Firestorm projectile. No reason to blow it all at once. All right. So apparently, I didn't plan out the Oh, that's right, because they're too far away for the Overwatch. So I wasn't thinking properly on that, but I don't think the consequences will be too hard. We can just stand our ground. How you doing, Sigir?
Enemy annihilated.
I mean, I already voted, right? But as I said at the start of the broadcast, this is going to be my effort to prepare for the 2020 U.S. presidential election, and just not pay attention to stuff that I can that I have no control over. You find a salvageable Imperial supply reserve containing 73 food. Unfortunately, the container logs are destroyed, and you can't trace where the resources came from. I am a little unclear about how food interacts with other parts of the game. So, what I mean by that is it's not obvious to me how... I don't know what the value of food does. Let me try and give an example here. Food game. Oh, here we go. So food is a resource that is separate for each colony. It drives colonist growth, which in turn leads to colony expansion. The higher economic income... which in turn leads to colony expansion and higher economic income. Food is also crucial for colonist upkeep, as insufficient food income can lead to starvation. Colonies can increase their food income by building food sector exploitations in their province sectors and assigning colonists to food colonist slots. Oh, I didn't know about colonist slots. Food can be shared between colonies using the food sharing mechanic. So in this case, I don't know what one food means. And when I get 74 food, I don't know what colony it goes to. All right, when assigned to a resource slot, a colonist provides +5 base income for that resource. This income can be... have I been missing these colony slots the entire time? Oh yeah, so we've been automatically... Caladrude, thank you very much for the follow. This is one of the things that I am... got to think about this. This is one of my secret shames. As much as I love 4X style games, I almost always do auto colony management. I probably should be focusing a little bit more on trying to get some advantages. But yeah, it looks like we're not constrained on most of our priorities here. So Share up to all this food surplus with other colonies to meet their demands. All excess will be sold, stopping the growth of the colony and converting it to... I don't want to do that. Share up to half the food surplus with other colonies to meet their demands, or take. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave that. We'll leave that be for now. As much as you love 4X games, you almost always do auto... Oh, that's really funny. So I kind of like... I mean, especially in... especially for this game, which has a really good sort of tactical layer, I do enjoy doing the combat. I don't mind the resource management. It's just that I'm still learning the game. So one of the things I love about games like this, and particularly the Age of Wonders series, but not just that, it has a very nice natural sort of... like, you can choose how deeply you want to engage with the game. It's almost a little bit like Alpha Centauri in that sense. Like, if you play Alpha Centauri on the easiest difficulty, you're never going to lose that game. Like, you can try and lose and you won't lose the game. But you're also not going to learn, like, you're not going to become a really good Civilization player doing that. And then, of course, you amp up the difficulty as time goes by to try and, you know, give yourself a little bit of a challenge. So in this game, like, generally... picking the auto colony, to me at least, hasn't created any major problems. I've been able to manage with it, but at some point maybe I want to try and eke out a little bit of extra production, let's say. And at that point, you know, maybe I will want to mess around with the bases. But one of the things I actually like quite a bit about Planetfall is it's generally made base management quite straightforward without making it irrelevant. So, all right, Mr. Gelder. Oh, right, there's a reason why. Personal mission, so let's get you to go... You're in for a long walk, my friend. And that's my fault. Ready. So if I want, I can deploy a monitor. Wouldn't hurt, I suppose. I am mildly concerned. Mildly concerned, it seems that oh, I get it. Okay. In this case, let's do... We'll put that right beside their... Actually, probably doesn't accomplish much, but the monitoring station has been successfully deployed from an orbital drop. It will remain hidden in place, supplying us with critical data until it's discovered by the enemy. Okay, so these are actually really helpful, and I'm going to prime more of them.
Happiness event in colony.
Due to happiness of your population, there's a boost in the energy income. The colony's energy income is increased by 100% this turn. Obviously, we have large energy reserves, but it certainly doesn't hurt to have more of them. I may have to use Gelder to deal with this event.
Objective completed.
Computer love completed. Autonom emotional matrix status achievement. Love machine completed. Jack Gelder worthy of love. Autonom love commander. Autonom send commander gift. So 10 relations bonus, extra influence which gets wasted, and production, which is nice. And of course, we also get some robots that we can give to our units that are in rather desperate need for some reinforcements. Looks like some of our tech is also done, so let's just deal with the alerts as they pop up.
Before me were the brightest minds of my generation. They were destined to change the world. All I could think was, finally, kindred souls, nerds. Rachel Mannix, IT Training Corps.
So this is more of a support unit. You get to put down turrets, which is really cool. I've never found the shotgun to be a particularly compelling reason to bring these guys into battle. But of course, the reason we did this was so I could get the Air Corps and then eventually the Naval and the tank. I may, in fact, just go all the way down and and recruit all of the really awesome units. But in this case here, I do kind of need to start. So I am in a small advantage in the fact that I've been underinvesting in my military. The small advantage comes from the fact that I'm in a position now to start making some decisions in terms of like, okay, what do I think is going to be the best way to deal with these guys? So one nice advantage of the autonom is, of course, they're all robotic, which means that the syndicate really isn't going to be able to mind control them, which means that it is actually, as it turns out, it's probably not a bad idea that I went in with these guys versus the Paragon, let's say. Now, it doesn't give me melee units, but it does mean that some of the psychic attacks are basically going to do less than they otherwise would have. And so I can start building units towards that. And again, like, as long as I don't get overrun by the enemy all of a sudden, this is the big thing, especially in games like this, and this can be true even of real-time games like Dota. If your opponent doesn't punish you for waiting, then yeah, take all the time to build up your industrial capabilities, because obviously you'll be able to turn around later on in the game and crush them. So one example I would give to you of something like Dota, a really common complaint about Dota is at the lower levels, which is usually where I would be playing, is the other team was playing wrong. They brought 5 carries and they beat us. And the reason for that is because a carry scales really well at the end of the game, where other units don't. But it also means that they're probably not as strong at the beginning of the game. And if you don't punish someone for trying to take that late game advantage in the time when they're weak, if you explain it in those terms, there's no mystery as to why you were beaten. But it's also really hard to sort of understand that stuff in the moment. So likewise, in terms of strategy games, right, there is a trade-off. This is really obvious in a lot of Stellaris games that I've played, where if you don't invest in your military at the beginning, you will pay by someone who basically just beats you up and takes your lunch money. But of course, if you invest too heavily in your military at the start, then that means you're not building the things that will give you more long-term success. You won't have enough star bases to be able to support your units and whatnot. So for instance, if I were to be invaded right now, it's not the end of the world, because I'd be able to do a somewhat respectable defense with the Jack Gelder unit moving between sort of my 2 city centers. But I wouldn't really be able to do much offensively. Whereas if I had, if this unit was full up on allies, I've got my scouting unit finally. That's kind of nice. But basically, I've got a whole bunch of units which should be like near enemy territory to really cause them some problems. And ultimately, I'm not. You're about to trespass. If your army's seen while trespassing, it will incur a relations penalty, and your units can be attacked without war being declared on you. Are you sure you want to? No, I don't. I don't want to give them a reason to start a war with me, because I'm probably weaker than them. I do see borders, though, so I want to be taking a minute here and see what's going on. All right, we have another chance to put down a monitor. I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet, because I want to get a little closer to the enemy territory. All right, Casington is an unexploited sector. Right. Now, there's a way that I can take a look at exactly what... Okay. River boost output through research. Oh, that's right. I might need to fight these guys for it. I completely forgot that I don't actually get the benefit from this until these guys move away, and I'm more likely to annoy them because they want to get rid of the autonom. Okay, now I believe this is the unexploited sector here, though. So industry seems to be the... Maelstrom's territory. Oh yeah, no, I just did that. What are you talking about? I think I'm actually going to push this ahead of the queue, so it's the same amount of time to upgrade the energy, but clearly we need the industry more than the other. Okay. Confirm the movement. I mean, Gelder's going to be running around this before too long, but sure, let's at least see what the coasts look like. I really do like this map. It's a very, very handsome game. Okay. I'm fine with... I mean, they're doing their thing. I can't complain with my ally destroying enemies. I really don't have that much. Oh, the emissary. Hiring a dedicated team of xenologists aids your communication with the natives on the planet. You get 100% more influence from quests. Nice, but I don't actually need it right now, so... Yvori Ardeli sent a message.
Incoming communication.
I have spies everywhere, Jack Gelder. I know all your weaknesses. War is coming. You leave me no choice. You may as well surrender already. Well, you know. No.
Sector annexed. Sector annexed.
Okay, this is all as was foretold in the prophecy.
Incoming communication.
Okay, Mutual Appreciation Society. Good. A diplomatic approach will assure victory. I hope that we may both profit from this. I don't think there really is anything else. Oh, yeah, sharing intelligence. May our people leave the Dark Age behind us and prosper together. The proposed deal is fine. I'll gladly accept this treaty. All right.
Incoming communication.
Improving your relations with the locals may lead to short-term gains. Sustaining those relations, however, can you trust them? More than I trust you. All right, we have worked hard to forge friendships with the peoples of this world, and it is time for us to reap the rewards of our labors. We should use our newfound influence to learn secrets, hire mercenaries, and to sign treaties that will give us allies in times of war. Sign a friendship pact with a faction, and buy 5 items from a faction. All right, so Autonom again is my priority. Let's open that screen. Not the Paragon, although I do also want to talk with the Paragon. Wrong group. Huh. I may be getting this wrong, but... Nope. I'm trying to cycle between the two, but I wind up keep selecting it rather than... I wish I had a little more context on where all this was. The big thing I want to do is just make sure that it's not, like, over a body of water. Okay, so we thought the A-Kier tub, or sorry. Okay, so clearly the A is the right one. Please activate your trading protocols. So we can get a Sentinel, which is a skirmisher. Defense later, calculate targeting parameters, mechanical light unit. At this point, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go nuts. Oh, okay. I just wound up buying that with. Yeah, my bad. Golem. Tier 2 skirmisher, tactical phase, and bomb. I wish I could get more information on what all these abilities did. I feel like I should... Okay, anyways. We now have 2 units. I still have leftover influence. So network connector, this unit gains network. Yeah, you know what? We'll buy 1 of each. Still have 65 left, so we'll get another golem in the mix. And this, of course, means that I want to do the emissary. All right, so let's see what we're up to here. So tactical face, forcefully applied contact explosive is a highly efficient method of crowd control. High impact stagger units. All right, so it looks like this is a melee. Bomb explosive melee. Hey, cool. We wound up picking the right one after all. What mods can I give you? Do I want to give them 10 accuracy? Purification field? This will wind up getting kind of expensive, but I'm just spending money so I can. There we go. All laser attacks melt armor. Hell yes. So thermal targeting relays, more or less. Restore 10 and remove any non-psionic status. Can only be used once per... These kind of seem equivalent. Oh no, it heals more. I am going to start using purification fields, though. Okay, so now I need to find... I had my punch team kicking around. I'm going to move these guys to Skylax Nova, which is where the punch team is going to go. Oh, all right. I was going to do that anyway, but I actually thought you needed heroes to do that. So this is a welcome development. I really did that just so I wouldn't see the message anymore. I would love to know where my commanders are.
Empire task completed.
This world teems with life and opportunity. The natives here have a rich culture and could teach us much. We should send an emissary to make contact with these people and begin a new era of peace. Complete this task on round 33, and an unknown commander completed this task on as a pioneer on round 7. Like I said, we're very far behind. Database updated. Diplomatic relations with Jack Gelder altered. Now available for trade.
Empire task completed.
And we have completed the technologist. If a man with a spade could build a hovel, imagine what he might build with all the tools and that technology provides. It is time for us to give our armies the tools they need to build a glorious new empire. Apply unit mods to 5 separate units, 5 tactical operations in combat, and... oh, my commander does receive an item. Fancy. I just really want to know what happened to my... Okay. Here's the punch unit. So the question now is, do I want to keep Oh man, Tapples is technically a hero too. Yeah, I think we'll take this guy out. We'll add Tapples to the group. All right. We're slowly getting back to where... Or not back to, but we're slowly getting to where I want to be. Bulwark of civilization failed. How disappointing. We already took care of this matter ourselves, and we no longer need your help. That's a shame. I was actually going to try and take those guys out, so... there's going to be a couple of those that happen with the Paragon, unfortunately. Autonom artificial neural network. Energy needed. Autonom energy reserves declining. Jack Gelder produces energy stores. Autonom mission active. Priority high. Construct energy cells for the Autonom. I'd really rather not use up my industry that way, but I do want to improve relations with the Autonom. All right. Let's get you with the right people. Oh. What am I doing? I had enough space for all of them. All right. So we'll clean out the riffraff before too long. I don't think I'm going to be able to do the personal. Well, you know what? Is there any advantage to me specifically making Jack Gelder do this one? Where's my most pressing... Yeah, this is the big thing. I don't have any immediate uses for my army right now. Oh no, that's not true. The Halls of the Dark Martyr are probably... Okay, so apparently they've mind-controlled Hopper Hounds. And there are Indentured Seers. I'm assuming that's not the entire army.
Doctrine enacted.
Hiring a dedicated team of xenologists aids your communication with the natives on the planet. You get 100% more influence from quests, of course.
Operations primed and ready.
We're slow on doing that. We are ready to drop a monitor. Whether or not it's smart for me to put something so close to their borders is another question. Drop this here. So this allows me to see what's going on in the Halls of the Dark Martyr, as well as see a little bit of what's going on in their territory. I actually quite like these monitors, so I'm gonna keep with that.
Sector annexed.
Okay, we're still gonna need to do more exploitation, but I believe, yeah, we're good. We've now got all of our sectors. We don't have any surplus. And Ebbington produced a rift generator.
Ready.
This was, of course, to get me some extra capabilities as far as the units that I produce. So we're on track with that. One other thing I want to do is consider: is there a way for me to improve my? Nope, we've already improved them. So I can upgrade the pugs though. So mining laser seems like a good start. I think the therming. Yeah. I'm going to keep using this combo. And my bikes, again, Vanguard, laser update. I need to be careful because I'm running low. Looks like Gelder's already got what I want him to have. Some of this is kind of tempting. I think I'm going to keep him as is. Now, I will eventually start doing some upgrades to these other heroes as well. But for now, we'll throw them in. So these guys I probably want to start moving a bit closer to this enemy territory. Now, one thing about Gelder going on this mission is generally it's been very... Like, we've been a little under-equipped to handle some of this stuff. If I had my preference, I would actually get him dealing with whatever these gold shine... Like, the actual quests. The thing is, all the quests are in spots I don't want. Alright, let's think a little bit about where I'm going to build my next expansion. So this seems like these two seem like good expansion areas. One for the industry. Actually, it would be these two. So for now, I don't really want to move Gelder too far away from places he may need to be, but we can at least start clearing out some wilderness I'm likely to claim. Oh, that's right. I wanted to talk to the Paragon. Doesn't really say what the relationship with them is. Ah, yes, because it's the main quest, so that's why I want to satisfy these guys. Okay, I'll try negotiating with them after. It gives me a chance to boost up my influence anyway. So for now, we'll say we're done. I really do want to see how these guys work in combat.
We Vanguard are better suited for a more self-reliant life on the frontier. Big city rules and civilian luxuries make a fighter like me soft around the middle. On the frontier, a soft middle makes an easy target. Teddy Slade, Vanguard Infantryman.
Okay. So we'll probably wind up backtracking a little bit in terms of our development. Now, aquatic development gives me water base, sea transport, and yeah, so at this point aquatic development is pretty much a no-brainer. I might be able to fly over water. I haven't checked that out yet. But clearly that's been a big holdout for me. Sorry, folks. Just needed to add something on the other window. Okay, we're good. So this is going to be to try and get me some experience, move these guys up, and then number two, I actually want to get some practice of fighting. This is going to be a particularly interesting one because these guys they do have melee attacks, but they're also ranged. So this is probably going to be the Beetle Death Rattle in particular. This is actually a group that is kind of designed to create as many problems as possible for these units. Cannot be flanked. Yeah, let's see how it goes. I think my answer here is going to be to so obviously I'll use the cover as well as I can. I can use the pistol if I really want, but try and take advantage of cover as much as I can. It would be nice to use my I don't have a defensive stance. Fair enough. So bomb is the body originating mass blast. Hits all adjacent units, dealing explosive damage. Ideal for when you don't have any time to face anybody. Or everybody. High impact stagger. Demolisher 200% additional damage to obstacles. Can destroy fortified objects. Thermal targeting relay. Okay. I'll probably need to think a little bit about how this works, but now, I mean, these guys are kind of asking to be flanked. I don't think these guys are, yeah, can they be flanked? Probably not. Yeah. Unfortunately not close enough to do anything too exciting. I don't want him by that car. Oh, yeah, actually, these guys can blow up this car, and he's in a bit of trouble. I really don't want to hold him that far back, but we'll not cause him too many. We'll not give him too many tasks on his first time out. At least I get an Overwatch here. And Tapples. It's always hard to decide what to do with you. Yes, the Quantum Split. This is a fun one. Okay, we'll try and do a little bit of flanking. I have no idea what I'm doing on this round, to be completely honest. We'll see how they reply. Okay, looks like they're splitting up.
Operations available. Enemy eliminated.
Easy. So we'll start by getting Tapples to at least soften him up a little bit. Now the real... Oh, okay. Well, if we can make it work, so much the better. Looks like we couldn't seal the deal, though. But yeah, it looks like basically we can just punch these things to death. This is awesome.
Enemy destroyed.
But my only regret is that it does not have like this mechanical arm, like a little hammer that kind of comes out of the top and just whacks it like it's some kind of a Looney Tunes cartoon. Alright, so the real question is, can I get the Imperial pistol to... or its revolver, rather. So I think this thing only gets one shot anyway. So let's move you up.
Enemy destroyed.
Cool. I like this unit quite a bit. Or, not unit, but like this, this grouping, let's say. Alright, now I'm a little curious about what the deal with this little gold... Like, it looks like it's an award thing. I'm assuming this makes the... I'm assuming this makes the Autonom happy, or the Paragon happy if I take them out. Oh, groundskeeping. There was a time when our maintenance service kept vast and beautiful gardens. This land was paradise. Now it seems that even the trees hate us. We desire that a particularly nasty patch of weeds be destroyed. They apparently don't want to go and killed a few of our remaining groundskeepers, continuing to infest the land with their growth. So... this I will accept. Clearly I've got a unit in place, although perhaps Jack Gelder might be a little bit better equipped for the role. I guess I finally need to upgrade this guy. 7 skill points. Okay. Let's make... yeah, we'll go all in on the close quarters here. And I suppose I'll give you your injectors. As for you, again, he is melee focused. So these guys count. So it's infantry, all light ground units, all heavy ground units. I believe these guys are heavy, right? Well, some of them are. Maybe we'll just make him a good commander at this point. Yeah, we'll start with... I mean, these guys are like these guys really sing, so we'll start with the heavy bonus. Okay, so let's see whether or not I get the credit. Okay, to go through these gates again, walk the same corridors, see the same old science posters on the walls, and to think that they kept Alfie in such an environment after taking him away from me. They said that they needed to do some tests on him. I said he was no ordinary cat. What a ridiculous excuse to kidnap my Alfie. Cats are cats! Then they took him here, locked him away, and despite my protests, I was never allowed to visit. Poor Alfie. Once they had tortured you to death with their experiments, they didn't even have the integrity to admit their cruel deeds. Devoured by a penguin. Ha! That must have been the most pathetic attempt to cover a pet murder in the entire history of pet murders. A penguin! Jack returned. Beware. What was that? Did I just... what the hell is going on here?
Objective completed.
Find the source of the noise. Was it a voice or was it an animal? Find out what was causing the noise at the Parlington University campus. Okay, so I'm going to need Gelder here, but not for the reasons I thought I did. Let's get you to keep exploring the coasts, and let's get... it doesn't have to be Gelder, but I don't mind giving my guys a little more experience too. Oh, curses, but I also... yeah. I need to start getting people to claim territory as well. Okay, let's keep peeking around the borders. So this is kind of neat. We're getting a pretty good idea in terms of what their forces are like.
Operations primed and ready.
This feels so dumb that I'm doing this, but yes, I'm going to put this like right at their border. The monitoring station has been successfully deployed from an orbital drop. It will remain hidden in place, supplying us with critical data until it's discovered by the enemy. So it looks like they've lost no time in terms of expanding. It's not impossible for us to overcome, though. Okay, let's just get a quick idea here about where I'm at for priming costs. I mean, if it only costs me 40 energy, I'm generating more than enough to keep doing this, so... This is the cost. No slots for more doctrines. So it means I'm probably going to have to give up some of these. Well, that's fine. I actually can think of a couple that I want to get rid of. For now, though, I'm going to close this off. Okay, I really do want to start taking advantage of these right away, but I'll change the composition a little bit of the units. I mean, these guys, it would be great if I can get some experience for these guys, so being able to take out sort of the 3 stacks would be nice. The Economist, the engines of our war machine are nothing without the engines of industry and economy. We have land and colonies, but we could have so much more. It's time for us to find ways to fully exploit this world so that we might gain riches beyond imagining. And apparently nobody else got this. Thank you, Bournemouth. Yeah, the tooltip did tell me that they did that, but...
Empire task completed.
The colony that we have built is just the beginning, the first step on the road to our mighty empire. Our focus should be on construction and growth. The colonies we now build are the bedrock of our future. So... maybe it's the exploiting a colony sector that I'd missed, but...
Production ready.
Okay, let's take a minute here and see. So it is I mean, again, the problem here is that at some point I do need to start building my army. Oh, this doesn't automatically start. I don't want to... I hate that I'm doing this, but I will. And... oops, nope. I'm going to make this kind of my last priority.
Production ready.
As for these guys, I'm unfortunately not getting the benefit I thought I would. So it's less clear for me what kind of exploitation I want to use in Solitary Winds. I suppose energy makes the most sense. Thing is, I don't really need the energy. So let's just double check. Yeah, it does actually improve... okay. I will... it's got to be industry or... actually, you know what? We'll start with agriculture. Because, of course, that will give me my population boost. I will do the simulation center, but we'll wait a bit on that. And at some point I should probably produce another colonizer. Okay. I'm not quite sure where the colony will go yet, but at this point I just want to start getting my expansion out so that I can start producing more effective armies. Alright, I think I'm ready to start hitting these plants, unless Eyes of Sin is watching, at which point I will feel very guilty. Tribute required. Material known as Cosmite. If Jack Gelder wishes to maintain order, offer Cosmite. That's a pretty steep request given how much I have right now, so I'll do a quest instead. Does not compute. New humanoid defect detected. Robber compound disrupts system stability. Motive undefined. Classified illogical inefficiency. Marauders steal from their own. Policing invalid. Request eliminate threat for societal stability. Yes, no. Okay, this gives me something to move Jack towards, I suppose. So in this case, we will take a slightly different route. Obviously, this is going to mean that I have to delay completing this quest, but I'll live with it.
Operations primed and ready.
Okay, so more monitors, it looks like. I did not realize that the monitors were timed until I saw them in that menu. I'd really rather not. Let's cancel that for now. I hope that's enough. Nice. This keeps me from trespassing, but it still gives me the info I need. Should probably take a quick look up here too, but yeah, mostly just trying to get some ideas in terms of where they're at, what their forces look like. So it's 2 5 stacks that they're sitting on right now, it looks like. I wonder if they're deliberately holding back because I'm so weak. It is a slightly higher difficulty than I normally play, so I wouldn't expect them to. We're all healed up, so let's just take a quick look at what we're dealing with here. So we've got the Vine Bud, stagger resistance, arc resistance, thermal weakness. This isn't actually my best unit. The Solar Bee. Ah, now this will be a problem because they are flying. Actually, I have quite a few bees. They're all reasonably strong. So the question is, Tapples isn't the strongest unit. So like my two... so this is the real problem. My two... my two ranged units in here are probably not going to be able to carry the day against 3 units of bees. So Jack Gelder probably hasn't gone that far. Alright, so we'll bring him in as support. You guys can camp out for a little bit unless I can find something else to do with them. Yeah. Again, at this point, I'm perfectly happy priming more monitors because I find them very helpful.
Empire task completed. Production ready.
Okay, I'm going to let these queues just work through what they need.
Objective completed.
Autonom energy levels optimal. Reward for Jack Gelder allocated. Thank you for your service. So this is, of course, very welcome development in terms of the influence. And then, of course, I'll take the Sentinel. We are still short on units. I don't know who will get. I don't know who will get that unit yet. It's kind of moving them out of the way, really.
The sea is a maiden of many moods. Most of them murderous. Captain Peter Visser, Salty Bay Colony.
All right, so this is long overdue. So, of course, now I need to think a little bit about what my next step is going to be. So we've got covert infiltration. We can do energy siphon, collect 50% of the targeted player's total energy income over a fixed number of turns. The energy will transfer to us once the operation is run for 5 turns. Or fabricate casus belli. Use stolen data and forgery to fabricate a casus belli, justifying war against this player. Only one fabricate. Yeah, I don't need to worry too much about that. I have every reason I need to go to war with the Syndicate. So, we've got Phoenix Dawn protocols. This will give me, the Vault still holds protocols for post-purge colonization. These could help us with our colonization efforts in hazardous terrain. All of your colonies ignore economic penalties from hazards and volcanic. Interesting. Possibly, but it is doctrine. Dawn of a new union. Awaken the planet core node to petition the status of planetary unifier. This will start a timer that can end the game. Yeah, I have a feeling they're... I have a feeling that's not gonna... It's not really going to allow me to... Hegemony. Starting war no longer gives reputation. Yeah, okay. So this would be fun, but we're absolutely not anywhere remotely close to being able to deliver on these threats. Bonus strategic points are nice. The real question here is... Yeah, you know what? Let's start doing... I'm just trying to think of the best ways for me to get some bonuses. So, for instance, river exploitation will give me more food, whereas... well, generate knowledge won't do... I think we'll start with environmental conditioning. All right. Let's see. This is their territory. Well, no, I still want to see what's going down to the south. My focus will probably be on this northern area here, but let's try and go out and around. All right. They'll still be investigating the coasts, although at this point I really should be sending them back home so that they can get some more goodies. I should also be worried, like, if this guy decides to move in on me, there's absolutely nothing I can do to save this character. We're still all hanging out. I don't think I want to deploy a monitor yet. No, that's not entirely true. That was helpful.
Operations primed and ready. Production ready.
Okay, this should hopefully keep me in happiness still. But again, we're just... At this point, the colonies are just digesting their... tasks. Scattered, the people of this world are weak, but with our patronage and guidance, they can become so much more. We should invite our friends to join our great nation so that we can share their strength and achieve our true potential together. So I think if I open... I need to walk up to these guys and open negotiations to be able to get the villages from them. Or no, these aren't villages, these are units. Anyways, we'll try and pick it up, so...
Empire task completed.
Database updated. Diplomatic relations with Jack Gelder altered. Now available for trade. Self-repair systems, immolation matrix, AI factory overseers, monitor, and Justicar. If memory serves, these are all pretty cool. This unit has self-repair systems that heal it during battle for 20% each turn. Holy God, that's good. Absolutely yes. Immolation Matrix. This matrix causes laser attacks to ignite units hit. That also seems really good. I know I can't buy all of this, but installing autonomous control mines in our factories boosts efficiency, reduces waste, and aids worker well-being. Your colonies gain +2. Okay, yes to the overseers. Not sure about the monitor and the Justicar. All right, Miles 4K. I hope your new Surviving Mars game is going a little bit better. I don't know if I'll be back. I technically was planning on finishing in half an hour, but I did also want to like finish this. I did want to finish this level. I'm feeling a lot more engaged. Again, I'm probably making some foolish decisions here, but I'm feeling a little bit more engaged with this particular level now. I feel like I'm getting a bit closer to making particular decisions towards like how I want to end this. I still do need to improve my military, but Paragon, be warned, we warned you about helping our rivals, and yet you have ignored our request to stop. Good relations with Paragon holds a price, and you must pay it to maintain it. I accept grudgingly. Oh, okay. Well, it's good that you're doing homework is much more important, so. Now, one thing that I should have been doing with this guy is because, like, this should be like one of my most productive units right now because I need to do some expansion, and I've just been having him sit around idly. So, again, I had a couple of unhelpful. The game never told me that I needed a hero to start annexing these areas. That was
Operations primed and ready.
whoa, 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 whoa. What are you talking about? Who's stealing your thoughts? So at this point here, I just need to kind of divest myself of some of these unhelpful assumptions. In this case, I'll probably take this industrial area again just to kind of build myself back to productivity. But yeah, this one little idle unit here should be, annexing things and just generally helping out. I guess he won't be able to do much for annexation because it's occupied, but again, there's no reason why I can't be grabbing sectors with that. These guys need another turn to hang out. Not ready to deploy. I really don't have anything else that I want to do with these right now.
Happiness
And
event in colony.
excellent, more production. Do you have something else in the queue? Yep, you guys know exactly what you're up to, so. Although apparently I can still build more things. So military, lower production cost for core skirmisher, lower cost for colony structures. Oh god, it would have been, the extra, what does this do? Right, that's fine. I kind of feel like we're going to be going crazy on troops for the next little while, so we'll do the Military Engineering Guild. It only takes one turn. Although, I do need to decide other exploitations too, so... Skyrax Nova... I mean, there's technically no rule that says that I have to make it the same. Yeah, give him energy exploitation. We'll never get these military units, but that's life. Looks like Dayu continues to fight the good fight. That's less exciting. I suspect I'll be seeing more of that. Again, a lot of this is really just focused on seeing how big of a problem I have. I'm actually not above scooping up these little sectors before moving on the capital, because I suspect it's taken me so long. Yeah, they've got 20 or not 16 units holding their capital. Looks like they're equally strong. Like taking these cities is going to be hard. So nipping away a little bit at their sectors seems like a decent way to make some small progress without committing myself to some really heavy lifting until I'm ready to do it. Right, the pirates. I hope I get to them in time. Let's lead the charge. Okay, I think I have some ideas here. So we'll set up the line of death like we normally do. It's not a lot of cover for this guy. I'm not 100% sure where I'm putting Gilder in this setup. I don't normally like having him this far back, and he doesn't really have any cover. Okay, I'm going to keep the pug in the background for now. I have a feeling that this is where some of the support stuff is going to become more helpful. Now it's going to take me a couple of rounds for this assault bike, but the idea here is I really do want to use this as a proper flanker. So the hope is that the bees engage my ground troops here. I mean, really, they should be taking advantage of the fact that they can, rain hell on my melee units. They don't seem to be doing that. And I'm basically going to use the bike to go out and around like this. Now, the tougher call for me right now is how much do I want to commit these guys? Because if I'm too aggressive here, then the bees will sort of turn around and try and defend themselves. So I'm not going to move as close as I can, and this is in hopes of not spooking the... It's kind of in hope of not spooking the AI too much. This guy doesn't have any cover, unfortunately. I probably could have done that differently, but... And then, because this guy gets an Overwatch, I am going to move him a little bit closer, but of course it's going to give them a reason not to engage. Alright. Let's see whether or not this pays off. Okay, so looks like they're locking in. Well... I don't think there's any major advantage except that there's more exit... Wait, okay, yeah, it's like... I can drop that on a on an aerial unit. This one, it feels like more places where those plants would move out of are affected. So I'm going to drop the fire here. And again, because we've got the fire bombs, it is to my advantage to hold the line. At least for another round here. It is mildly tempting to try and put Gelder a little bit closer to the fight, but if I'm too aggressive with that, we lose the advantage. I think we'll just hold the status quo here. Okay, my bike. Again, taking the very long way around because I don't want... The last thing in the world I want now are the 3 bees to wake up as to in how much danger they're in. So basically, again, I feel a little bad doing this, but nothing has changed about the decisions that I made last round, save for the fact that this guy needs to find a better spot. I don't feel great about this, but... so in this particular case here, if they decide to sit and burn, well, okay, fair enough. That's to my advantage. And if they don't, I either get to drop another bomb on them, or... The lesson here is to read the entire sheet. I didn't read the bees, so... Oof. It is, however, harvest time, so... Soldier bee, life drain... Okay, worker bee is going to be the one who... It's regenerative pollination... 4-turn cooldown, so the good news is I don't need to worry as much. I do, however, need to make some decisions in terms of how I'm... Okay, so the whole point of this was to go for the flank. So that will start next turn. This guy's the best shot against the plant. All right, let's see what we're working with here first. It's 25% chance, but he does get 3 shots off. It's 15%, he gets 3 shots off. I might have just made a big boo-boo. I gotta get this thing out first, so... But it does bring Gelder into the... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. I don't think he's going to be too useful, but we will get him to cover. It's not obvious to me where that bee is going to attack. So normally I would want to do a... Normally I would want to do like a smoke on whoever I thought the next target would be, but I'm not too sure. I mean, probably the bee will just kind of go around the edge like this, but... Until I know, there's not much I can do. So this guy exists to take out airborne units. And clearly they're bringing the fight to us, so... unfortunately, I don't have the range I need. So we'll make life inconvenient, at least. I would have liked to have given that cover to Tapples, but need to make sure I'm in position. So the plant will be able to do what it wants before I'm really able to make this work. Okay, my puncher also can't make it here. Neat. How brave am I feeling? So they shredder bomb it. So yeah, the problem here now is I can't use the Firestorm projectile because I'm going to send my guy into melee range. This is okay though. Ah, neat. I won't seal the deal, but we're definitely able to do some damage to him. And of course, my guys have a recharge. Okay, so we'll see. I don't want you to purify. Oh, is that super shield just a once only use? We'll find out, I guess. Okay, I'm kind of curious to see how they reply here.
Enemy killed.
So of course, this is going to be the drawback, is I've now committed my melee units against people that can't attack them. Or sorry, that can attack them and they can't shoot back. My God, what is that? A destroyer. Eureka! I've done it! My research shows how to mutate stable pustule specimens into more powerful living weapons. The common mutation, spontaneous infection, self-destruction, is no longer its preferred evolutionary path. Uploading the procedures to Xenolab's research cloud. Wait, there's a disruption in the specimen cages. I hear screaming. Activate monitors. My creations have breached the safety interlocks. So beautifully clever, so lethal. They're destroying my offices. Quarantine this planet. My beloved Ava, continue my research. Don't weep. This is the price of scientific breakthroughs. Oh, and don't forget, use acid-resistant restraining collars. Dr. Felix Berg, RV 165S, Xenolabs Research. Ferocious determination. Xenoplague unit, Hypervol. Okay, so basically this thing is a nightmare and I need to destroy it immediately. Jack? Quite literally killing it with fire.
Enemy down.
Okay, so what other surprises do these guys have waiting for us? I kind of feel like the Soldier Bee is the higher priority. Cool. I'm gonna have to deal with a lot more of these. Alright. At least I got somebody in my range. I'm going to try and prioritize this so that I can spread out the maximum damage. So clearly we're not going to be able to do anything for our friends over in the with the workers right now, so we'll not even try. And instead we will try and gain some advantage with the workers. Alright, they've already moved, so in this case we're going to cluster up a little bit, but hopefully that will free up.
Enemy
Nice.
annihilated.
These guys already move? Yes, they did. Okay. So I've really got nothing I can do here. In this case, we'll just set up for defense mode. This guy at least gets to shoot something, so... Yeah, for the rest of us, we're just kind of hanging out, so let's see if Tapples can do anything exciting. Ideally, we'll take out at least one of the worker units, so at the worst... Oh, not quite enough to seal the deal. Oh!
Enemy
Nice.
destroyed.
Okay, so there may be one other resurrection that we need to worry about, but in that case, we just use our... Yep. We just use our big, scary melee units to finish them off. So, we're looking at a pustule here. Let's make sure this thing doesn't... yes, I'm just a lowly bug doctor. This xenoplague discovery is no bug. Until witnessing the alpha strain's parasitic mutation from spore to organized creature, I would have said no other living creature had much success spreading across worlds as insectoids. Now I see that even the pustule exhibits a wicked determination to assimilate all life forms. It's too dangerous. You can't contain its spurts of infectious bile. Quarantine your world, it will spread. What you are unleashing upon the universe could end us all. God have mercy if someone weaponized it. Professor R. Linil Bugman Bunsen, RV022S, Xenoplague Discovery Analysis. So this thing has biospore proliferation, which means it will potentially generate another Xenoplague unit, which of course means I'm going to be trying Xenoplague units at some point. The big thing I want to know is if it has some kind of suicide. Nope. So we will beat the crap out of it. First of all, I really want to see Jonathan Vegas's punch attack. Nice. Okay, parasitic infection is concerning. This unit has -200 and -2 bioresistance after combat. This unit may turn into a Xenoplague unit if the one who infected it has the appropriate Xenoplague technology. Oh! Alright, I hope they don't have it.
Enemy eliminated.
Anyways, continuing the kill it with fire policy. I do like that my sentinel is called pest control. And yeah, all we really have left for us is my flanking bike. The one time that the flanks have actually worked here.
Enemy down.
Cool, let's see whether or not Mr. Fist of Fury has
They never stood a chance.
turned into a zombie of some kind.
Objective completed.
I could have tried something like, use the nanite injectors on a bunch of people, but I feel okay with my decision here. May not be the same as the Grand Gardens of the past, but we applaud your green thumb. Thank you for helping us weed these lands. Here's payment for your efforts. So, bonus to the Paragon faction, bonus influence, extra energy. We got food, which we can convert into energy, but I definitely do not need more energy, so we'll take the reward. Okay, Gelder's going to go deal with more bad guys. I might actually just start doing some fights along the way. I probably should start heading back home with this unit. I think I said I wanted to go to this sector, so... Right, then I was going to get these guys to start beating up on the locals here.
Operations primed and
Okay,
ready.
still not ready to do any of these ops. Did I thought I had a scout unit, which I hadn't moved yet. Oh, nope.
Production ready.
Okay, this is good. We are actually becoming productive. Okay, here's a question you can answer for me, Bormoth, because I feel like I've missed this, and it might just be a tech thing. I'm under the impression that you should be able to rush units, like spending energy. Now, am I mistaken in that, or is there a button that I've been missing out on? I'm not going to do it this turn, but if you know offhand, this might be something in the UI that I've neglected, and I suspect I would benefit from improving. I think I'm going to hold off on this this improvement just because, well, export center, food sharing tax, -10 food. No, we'll do the bioengineered food plantation. I might cancel it later, but it seems reasonable. Entity Jack Gelder, known collaborator with autonom enemies. This is a warning. To keep relations intact, entity must stop collaborating with autonom enemies. Alright, so it looks like I can't play it both ways. The autonom definitely are doing more for me right now, though. So... NPC relation step. Integration is the highest relation state with an NPC faction. To reach integration, you need to collect a total 80 total NPC favor while in friendship. Okay. I feel like there should be an easier way for me to know the count. I was thinking about getting the immolation matrix. So this matrix causes laser attacks to ignite units hit, giving an 8 strength chance to immolate non-ethereal and non-mineral units for 3 turns. If resisted, apply burning instead. Additionally, this mod grants the unit 20% increased damage on all abilities. So this will help my bike, this will help Gelder, this will help my sentinel. Then there's monitor. So defense later, initialize connections, transmit, repair nanite, so on. It seems like a support unit. I think specialist is kind of the secret word. I suspect probably it would be better for me to wait on a Justicar, seeing as it is a heavy unit. And oh, actually, I think I know what I'm going to do. So basically, I'm going to have eventually what I'm going to do. I'm going to split out my 2 commanders. So there's going to be kind of two mechanized units. So maybe like one of them will have 3 battalion. Well, okay, so this guy gets cut out. Maybe we'll take Tapples. So it's like Heejang will keep Tapples. So in that case, it's 1 unit that's moved out. So maybe we'll give it like an... oh, actually, that's a good question. I guess maybe they would get a monitor in that case. Well, but Tapples is already the support unit, so maybe we'd give them the Justicar or something like that, or maybe a second pest control. Well, no, I don't need a second pest control because we've got Tapples. So yeah, maybe Justicar in that case. And then Jonathan Vegas would get, you know, let's say two Sentinels, maybe two Botanic Hunter, or two Golems, then like a Justicar and a Monitor to be the equivalent. I'm obviously spending points that I haven't yet earned, but incidentally, I think I actually forgot to buy the... Now, whether or not I have the resources to actually be able to do all of that is a whole other question. But speaking of, if I'm potentially going to be going into combat, maybe I should get that upgrade right away. So this is going to give me 8 strength chance to set target on fire, or... Yeah. So this is so much better, but it's also very expensive. I think I'm going to wait until I can actually upgrade all of my units. And it's pretty clear I'm not going to get to the end of this mission, this broadcast. But I have kind of, like, I've liked Age of Wonders Planetfall for the, all the time that I've played it. But, like, I actually feel, I don't know if it's clear in terms of this playthrough, I actually feel like I understand this game a lot better than I feel like I understand this game a lot better than the last time I played this. So, we received a proposal. They want a non-aggression pact. I will decline.
I'm never more free than when I can unleash hell on the enemy from the skies above. We fly free. We fight free. We die free.
All right, so
Viracolo, Vanguard pilot.
I think I'm going to make a separate air core, as in like a separate stack of units. So we're going to hold off on developing that for now. But again, we're continuing on down the path that I set up originally, which was to start unlocking some templates and make some intelligent decisions in terms of what we're going to be using against this syndicate if it comes down to it. It's a tough call to say whether I want a naval core or a tank core. I already have the ability to traverse water, so in this case I'm going to go straight for the tank core, just because this is going to be a pretty good, like, especially because I'm going to have a few different units which get bonuses for like heavy units. A tank core is going to be another nice little bit of support to go, especially against psychic units, I think. So in this case, we'll double down a little bit on that capability. Paragon faction. As the last heirs of the Star Union, it is one of the many duties of the Paragon to uphold the cultural and technological legacy of our ancestors. We have witnessed the decline of the Dark Age and must commit ourselves to favor those few that show there can still be knowledgeable and civilized people in this rotten era. The question is, Jack Elder, will you be one of them? It pains me to do something that will anger the Autonom, but I am going to set up for this. Is it on a... It looks like it's an automatic. Oh, no, it isn't. All right. So you can get me my new sector. Pretty sure I just annoyed someone. I probably should have read that a little more closely. All right. We are also still going to... Oh, you know what? It's probably... Yeah. We didn't check these guys. Well, I guess we know we're going to fight them. Now this will be an education, so... Right, these guys, the flying units are not affected by water, which of course makes sense, but you never know. Similar story here. We're on our way back home. So one of the factors is that I know I'm going to be getting that Paragon unit before too long. But we're also going to kind of the industry is going to be back online, which means that I'm going to want to start getting Cecilia Starbound. I mean, Cecilia may also wind up becoming my vehicle commander if it comes down to it. But for now, we will content ourselves with. Well, I mean, here's an interesting question. Why would I would do this because I want experience. That's why. Oh, but we're out of move points, so I guess they get a reprieve.
Operations primed and
Still
ready.
not ready to do the ops. Jack Gelder, while we may not yet share a mutual trust, I am keen on improving that. Together, we can be stronger. All right. I'm going to assume that at least part of this change in diplomacy is the fact that I'm becoming stronger. Daio Jang sent a message. Greetings, Jack Gelder. Our relationship fares well. I have no wish to see change. Hello, Jack. This is just to let you know that we don't need anything right now. All right.
Ready.
We're also becoming better at creating units. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the right way to close off the stream for tonight because I know I've lost a little bit of momentum. Let's see. So I normally would be finishing about now, and I actually have quite a bit that I need to do and still get a decent bedtime. But let's see if I can complete the Gelder mission. Autonom Sovereign. Desire to remain free. Rogue AI compromises autonomy. Terminate Rogue AI? Yes. Alright, looks like Gelder's got quite a bit of work ahead of him, so we'll move ahead to... Ooh. That is a pretty strong... It's a pretty strong army. Okay, in fairness, we did just get that sector, but in this case, it's a slightly higher priority to me that this move ahead.
Operations primed and ready.
I don't have any use for you yet.
Sector annexed.
At this point, we just want to get out of the way.
Production ready.
Okay, this is all good news. I know there's going to be some annoyance between the different factions about the decisions that I made, but that's life. I dislike that I'm doing this. I actually think I'm gonna take a break, and we'll bring the two units in just because this is a little bit more of a fair fight, and I want these guys to be gaining extra experience. I don't actually want to be throwing away any lives at this point. You know what? It's been a while since I put down a monitor. Why not? I mean, some of these are also going to run out, so... All right, as for you, let's get you closer to the... If I wasn't at a point where I would... like where it costs me so much to produce new unit, because again, I'm building all this infrastructure.
Production ready.
I'd probably be a little bit more willing to throw away these... Am I really... What? Didn't I just put one of these down? But yeah, so if I could produce new units a little more quickly, I'd probably be more willing to take a riskier fight like this. But in this case, I'm going to do the mission instead. All right, let's get you back to. We're going to get you back home for now. I'm going to decide later. Okay, the operator completed.
Operations primed and ready.
And I still want to. Still want to move everybody where I had them before. Kind of already have all this information, so I'm okay with that. These guys aren't quite as frightening as I thought they were originally, but if they keep building up their armies like they are here, this is going to eventually become a problem.
Objective completed.
It is an act of cruelty that even in our victories we are reminded of our fading perfection. Nonetheless, you have our gratitude and that of our prefect, Jack Gelder. May you live and see the return of the old emperors. So we'll take the reward, including the Paragon Soldier. We'll figure out whether or not there's anything useful that comes out of that. But okay, William Civets, who also seems to be melee-oriented. This is an interesting question, whether or not they're going to be a help or a hindrance. In this case, we'll recruit them. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of automatically recruiting everyone because I have more than enough. I have more than enough energy. I don't really have any good ideas about what to use him for right now, so I think we're just going to get him to guard. We're going to get this little fella to join. This is going to be another Island of Misfit Toys unit, at least until I can divide my my autonom group into something a little more meaningful. Now, yeah, this is pretty straightforward to take out. Okay, so again, these guys have ranged attacks. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up the Wall of Death. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off before I decide. Yep, no, I'm okay setting up the Wall of Death here. I can, of course, get a little... I can get a little ping off on the adult. I want something a little more vicious if I can. Gelder is a super sniper, so... But if I move him too close, then he becomes a liability. Crap. There's one problem with this map, and it's my maneuverability. Alright. I got no idea what I want to do with this guy right now. I can get him to go the long way around. No. We'll stick you behind a tree for this moment. Feel like I should use my pugs a little bit better, but... Okay. Realistically, what are we looking at here? If I send you up here, I know I open them up to a... This is a perfect spot for these guys to be. Actually, not so much. So they're not... Jack isn't really joining the Wall of Death, but he will give them something to think about if they try and take that, that position. Alright, so... as I have continued to have to learn over and over again, read what these things do. That just devastated my entire cover, and I got absolutely none of the benefits of the
Operations ready.
none of the benefits of the how does that not This is one of the rare points where I actually get to do two hits. These guys... Obviously I want to use the nanites at some point, but... And of course we want to delta split at some point. There's just no... Yeah, this guy was right in the middle of it. Jesus. Yeah, I gotta move him back. They're gonna take too much if I don't do that. Alright, now that is a... Oh no, actually that's not a shame because we'll still be able to... So again, they're out in the open in a little bit of danger, but... If they try any funny business, I get a nice flank. In fact, I'm willing to take some damage on my exterminator to... do a little bit more. This guy shouldn't get poisoned. Yeah.
Enemy kill.
So it's not that these guys can't do damage to me, it's just that they do substantially less, and this will give me an opportunity to sort of heal up the rest of my units. Again, the key here is I'll accept damage, I won't accept fatalities. And that's largely going to be the thing that's determining whether or not I... that's largely going to be the thing that determines whether or not I take an action or not, so... Everybody gets their nanite injection. Oh, I think I just caused myself some grief there. No, we'll still make this work.
Enemy annihilated.
I could have got the pug to do a heal, but a short slumber on a stretcher. You will only feel a slight sting. Damn it, we followed the wrong track. It's escaping towards the coast.
Objective completed.
Alright, we get a Mega Beetle baby and 25 food. And catch up with the unknown creature before it escapes. I have a feeling it will hang around as long as I need it to. But there was a pirate mission that we needed to deal with at some point, as well as these guys. So let's get my scouts. Ooh. They've got Autonom friends too. Vehement has... Okay. That's going to be something for me to think about. As before, we... like I said, this is an Island of Misfit Toys unit at this point, but you all can just stay there.
Operations primed and ready.
I am now honorable. 50% opinion from other reputable players, minus 50 opinion from disreputable players, 15% dwelling shop cost reduction, and we are on better terms with the Paragon faction. So if I want purchasing... Actually, it's not a terrible idea for me to purchase units here. Those soldier units are not completely unwelcome. But my influence is kind of scarce now. So I may want to decide on some more autonom units and buy those first and then move on to the others. But anyways, let's finish this turn. If I have any obvious moves to make, I'll get those done, but I think I'm going to have to call it today because I'm about half an hour past. It's getting dangerously close to midnight, and I still have work in the morning and a bunch of other stuff to do, so... I don't think I've actually accomplished... I think I've actually wound up accomplishing any of these main missions. I've just been following my past. But anyways, environmental conditioning.
It's important to imagine this patch of land without the raging hell fracture of cosmic death spewing forth pollutants from a dimension of pure agony and horror. Phil Dunford, Imperius 4 Colony Real Estate Agency.
All right, decision time. I may actually need some R&D at some point. Operational effectiveness does seem kind of neat too. Okay, so here's the first thing I'm going to do. Let's take a look at... Oh, do I really need to click on all of these? Okay, so... ruins... Okay, so ruins and Arcadian, it's looking like... Wait, do I actually have any rivers? Okay. Let's see what tax will unlock some of this stuff. I am really tempted to do ruins. So +1 level to all research and energy sectors in ruins. Raising the sector level of the sector will increase the benefits from sector exploitation. Okay. So yeah, all these environmental effects are pretty useful ones in my opinion. I don't see all of the ones that I've got though. Ah, Arcadian is quite a way away. Okay, so let's start with the ruins.
Operations primed and ready.
I don't think I'm ready for that.
Production ready.
And I'm okay with the rest of this. I guess I'll do the production sector upgrade. Might change the order around a little bit, but... Is it because I have too many? Yeah. If I keep the happiness up, I get production bonuses, so that's my justification for now. We are almost ready to gather together and deal with the bad guys. Although there is a side of me that's starting to think I should deal with the... maybe I should be dealing with the pirates first. Well, I mean, we're at the point here where we're ready to deal with the autonom, so you guys can hang out for a bit. All right, I'll do one more turn after this because I'm going to be able to take out that autonom thing right away. And then it really is good night because I'm in need of sleep. All right, so yeah, there's quite a bit more to the bad guys than I thought. It's not obvious to me that we can't overcome them. I think I am still going to focus on. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of all these monitors to sort of just get an idea in terms of what I'm up against, and then I'll sort of build a custom. I'll kind of build a custom army to make the most of it. Our great monuments and works of art attract a range of enemies. Our refined ways trigger a rage in savage minds, as if smashing things they don't understand makes the world right for them. Sure, I don't know what we're up against. These things. They look pretty tough. Oh, it looks like I still have another turn. Okay, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't go after them this time. This time, though, I am, however, going to find the bounds of the bad guy territory. They definitely have got quite a bit, but hopefully we'll be able to turn things around. All right, we're just going to hang out for a little bit. These guys... Well, you know what? We might as well bring our... So again, we've got heroes. These are just people who are going to be able to level up based on... based on some of the missions that we run. The question to me now is, do I want to try and take on this rogue marauder army, or do I want to get these guys up and clearing out the territory I already have? So they're 577. These guys are definitely weaker, but it does open a big question as to whether or not these guys are going to be in any state to take out pirates as well as marauders. I think I am going to move these guys up north, though. It's safer use for them.
Operations primed and ready.
Hey, now they're including them. Oh, drat. I wonder how much that hurt me. Entity Jack Gelder, you have ignored our request to stop pelting autonom enemies. The price has been set to maintain autonom relations. Yep. I'll pay it. Autonom androids threaten carbon autonom relations. Models Emma 3, Roy 2, serial numbers 1354556AC424-135456AC44. Behavior out of bounds. Terminate rogue androids known as E-bots. Do you accept? We do. Jesus, those guys are close. Okay.
Operations primed and ready.
I'll leave that for now. All right. This is going to be the battle that I finish the cast on, so I'm saving that to the end. I think we finally found the bounds of the bad guys. It's a relations update for Jack Gelder. Relations reset 0. Future relations uncertain. Autonom desire increased diplomacy in the future. I'm not sure if that's related to me screwing up earlier, or if that's just something that normally happens. So yeah, the thing here that's weird, 15% energy cost for instantly completing production. I would love to do that, but I don't actually see a button that lets me instantly finish production. However, I am now at a point where I can start producing some units. So the real question here is, what do I want? What I want these people to be fighting with. Okay, first thing we're gonna do. Let's make ourselves a fancy new. I am going to make a fancy new gunship, but first thing I want to do is to see what units I can actually build. Yep, I'll build a fancy new gunship. So, what would my ideal gunship look like? It's got an aircraft gun and a buster missile, so it won't help me to have energy-based... Okay, so flechettes, self-repair systems, and... I wouldn't normally do it, but thermal targeting relay it is. Now, the catch is this thing is really expensive, so I gotta do something to get these guys out of the way. Obviously, if I get the Cosmite, that I think might double my production. Yes. So that's a pretty high priority. Oh yes, and I actually need to come up with something for you guys to produce. Yeah, so I actually need to start thinking a little bit about the kinds of units I'm going to be constructing. I'm going to produce them very fast, but I'm actually going to need to have the resources to be able to afford it. Well, clearly I do need aircraft, so we'll start with one of these. And I think the rest we will buy ourselves a little bit of time and just do some infrastructure. This is funny. It's taken me so long to get to a point where I'm able to build units, and now I hold off because I can't afford it. All right, we are at full strength. A few sentinels, which might be a cause for worry. I also want to see what's going on with the monitor and the network link to see how screwed I am. All the buffs. So I'm fine if these guys take point. Okay, so let's see what we're working with here. Network level... Okay, this unit shared processing power with its allies, gaining 10% accuracy and 2 arc resistance. Initialize connections, network all friendly mechanical units, granting them a bonus that becomes stronger with each subsequent use. Level 1, 10% accuracy on attacks, 2 resistance. Units attacks gain 1 level of stagger impact, and 20% increased damage to all attacks, and +1 range on ranged attacks. Can only be used once per battle. So I guess the idea here is if you have 3 monitors, and... they each hit, then you get the best buff. Transmit repair nanites. Now this is actually healing all network units for 5 per network level. Okay, so I either want to take this guy down right away, or I want to make sure that I shoot to kill and we focus fire down a unit. Okay, so that tells me about the monitor. The network link. Artificial consciousness to a susceptible unit. This resets target-friendly integrated units cooldowns. Okay, so booster. Okay, bunch of regen. Right, so this guy, this guy's has a huge target on his back. Okay. So this time around, obviously there is some Wall of Death work that I can do here, but I actually need to be a little more need to be a little more decisive with my movements this time around, I think. Still going to be the long way around. This is less exciting because obviously all my melee units are going to be coming from here. But yeah, where I can, I wanted to deliver some hurt. Obviously, I'm not able to drop the bomb. Now, I should have thought about where I could have put Gelder, because I'm sure he would have done more damage to these guys. That wasn't the bravest move I could have made, but... Oh, what am I doing? No! I wanted him to overwatch. Okay. I don't think we're ready for the... I think we're ready for the cloud yet. I'm just gonna get the pug ready to go. I have a feeling this is gonna get a little scary. All right, what can I get you guys to do? So I want to keep him just 1 unit out of range. He's probably going to get shot down by some of the allies, but not much I can do about that. Now the neat thing is that the strong melee units are... Wait, is there only one of these things? Okay. What I'm going to do here is my commanders, I'm actually going to sneak in through the back door here. Now... They are a bit exposed, so some of these shooting units are going to be able to turn around. But they're kind of designed to work like that. So there's not much I can do with this skirmisher right now. Or sentinel, rather. We'll set him up for next round, although I have a feeling that he's going to be blocking the bike. What? No! I wanted to push the check mark. My kingdom for an undo button. And yeah, Tamples I think we're just going to push up to the walls. This is not the most efficient layout in the world, but... The more they waste ammo on Jack Gelder, the happier I am. So I might be able to knock this guy out of the sky. Okay, so other than the flank, I'm actually pretty happy with how that turned out. Ooh, these guys are a lot more fragile than I thought they would be. Okay, looks like, so it looks like they are actually ready to take the fight. Normally, I would not have done that. But clearly, I have an opportunity to... put down some hurt on my priority unit. As predicted, it's a little inconvenient for my bike, but we'll move him up. Okay, so I want this guy to move as far as possible to clear this up for my my ranged units. And the real question is, okay, there's nothing I can actually get done with this guy, so instead, I wasn't actually going to use him on this, but seeing as it's the only unit he can attack, this is a little different from what I was planning, so now we'll move up. Now again, we have the shoot to kill policy here of not letting them get that regen off, although Gelder might... Wait, did I already use Gelder? I don't think I did. Shame on me if I did. Okay, maybe we... Yeah, we'll ignore the line of death rule now. Yeah, let's... gonna focus on the monitor here just because the golem's gonna be able to do some work on the sentinels. All right, now it's not a lot of good options here, but I'm just gonna start punching robots and hope my commanders come out on top. If he was, it doesn't show up on his status effects. I'll admit, Bournemouth, I want to say this in as nice of a way as I can, but there's something about me having a point where I actually invite the answer to a question and I don't hear anything from anyone, and then to have you kind of coming back and telling me how to play the game, that doesn't make me feel very good. I understand that you probably don't mean it disrespectfully, but it is sometimes very difficult to see so much chat content like that. Oh, I lost a unit. That was a big blunder on my part. Yeah, again, like I'm trying to come up with nice ways of saying this, but it's sometimes really frustrating to be as clear as I can about the backseating stuff and then see that not only does it get ignored, but at the times when I invite backseating that I just don't hear it. All right, that's a damn shame about those units. But that's life. I'm not going to be able to bring them back, so...
Enemy neutralized. Our forces are victorious.
Oh, it was one of my elite units, too, or my expert units. All right, well, I mean, that's a shame, but I suppose there is a reason why I did bring more than one unit.
Completed.
Okay, completed. Rogue AI deleted. Database updated. Jack Gelder is competent. Rewards allocated. So... I kind of hate the fact that I'm bringing my whole stack back, but I will, and we will set them up. Like I said, it's rather expensive. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so this is the question that I was asking. The Buy Now button, and it's right here. So yeah. I think I'm ready to actually use it here, because it's going to take me a few rounds to bring Gelder in anyway. But yeah, so we'll get Gelder a replacement cleanser unit. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what our next few rounds are going to be. So Paragon Command Post, I thought we had already gotten these. Gain access to Tholian's Tomb. We are not even remotely close to getting that done. So, although I should probably be moving a unit towards that. Because at the very least I can open up negotiations. Probably Dark Sanctorum is the next place to go. Then I also had the Unknown Creed. Okay. So here's how I'm going to handle this. My punchers are going to follow the creature, This will hopefully open negotiations with the people I will ally with. And once I'm done that, I think I'm actually going to turn these guys into sort of a double stack of autonom units. Then we can start focusing on the stuff we want from the Paragons and see whether or not we want to bring the fight to the bad guys for a little while. That's going to be a big job, though. Yeah, we'll think about it later. Anyways, this is really enjoyable. I have no idea if this was do I call it stream? Yeah, stream. I have no idea if this was as fun to watch. Maybe for some of the people who watch on YouTube or something like that, whether or not this was any more or less enjoyable than the other Planetfall ones. The problem is every time I say this, it obviously it's only capturing people who actually watch to the very end. But then I didn't know how it was going to go. I'll be honest with you. I feel like I learned a lot more about this. Let me just double check. Yes, stream October 21st. I will overwrite it. I feel like I learned a lot more about how this game works on this time around. Obviously, I kind of wish that I had. I kind of wish that I'd completed this this campaign mission. I seem to be really making my taking my time with it, but just generally, I sort of feel like I have a bit clearer idea in terms of what techs I would want to pick up at a given minute. I think I understand the interactions with the the other factions a bit better. I feel like while I've had a great time with the other Age of Wonders Planetfall streams, this one I'm starting to have a little bit of a closer idea in terms of how I would approach, just a given scenario, saying is like, okay, here are some things I'm going to prioritize. Here are the sectors that I want to capture. And I'm really looking forward towards moving forward in the campaign where we do something other than the Vanguard. I like playing the Vanguard quite a bit, but I think it'll be really interesting to start using some of the other factions which wind up, having these, more exotic abilities that require you to plan ahead a little bit more. Thank you, Bormoth. So, as far as the rest of the week is concerned, here is my rough sketch in terms of what I'm going to be up to. Tomorrow we've got another Elder Scrolls Morrowind episode, so I get lost in the Ashlands in this one. I have some stuff that I want to do, so I may not be as active in chat this time around, but if you do like watching some of these, the vodcasts where I do the Dark Elf voice for the Elder Scrolls, oops, sorry about that. Definitely, stop by. We'll be that'll be starting at 7 o'clock. Again, it's pre-recorded, so if I don't respond in chat, it's likely because I'm not at my computer or I am not able to go into chat. Wednesday, I've got another press key for something. I think it might actually be the last in my. It might be the last in terms of my my backlog of keys that I've been meaning to cover. So with that in mind, it's the game's actually already out. It's just that they're coming out of early access. I think I'm going to leave it as a surprise. So tomorrow is Elder Scrolls pre-recorded. Wednesday is going to be my last sort of obligatory press key. And then Friday, I am feeling I'm probably going to go back to Cities Skylines because I really enjoyed playing that on Xbox and I'd like to get a little bit better at the game. But because I don't have Cultist Simulator in the rotation right now, what I might wind up doing is I might start playing a game more than once during the week. So for instance, I might do a few sessions of Planetfall in a row. I'll kind of put a bow around one path of the campaign, and then I might do a week where I do like Surviving Mars or something like that. And because what that'll do is that'll allow me to get back to some things. Some of the high priority games that I have, I want to get back to Night Team 4. I want to get back to Imperator Rome, especially with that new 1.2 patch out. I would like to do some more Surviving Mars, Planetfall, and then I'd like to finish the Darkest Dungeon as well. And then past that, I would like to return to stuff like XCOM 2 and just generally, I'd really like to start knocking off a few of these games. Now that doesn't mean the Paradox, like Monday will always be Paradox, but if you look at all the stuff that I can do on a Monday, in terms of recent releases, it's been Age of Wonders Planetfall, City Skylines Campus, Imperator Rome. Obviously, there isn't a new DLC for Crusader Kings 2, but it is a free-to-play now, which means a bunch of people will probably benefit from seeing some, how do you start playing the game material. I've always wanted to do another Hearts of Iron stream, although I feel like I should know that game a little bit better. But yeah, in terms of recent releases, Planetfall, Surviving Mars, Surviving the Aftermath, Imperator, are kind of big priorities for me right now, and all of those would fit the Monday format. So what I'll probably wind up doing is doing the same game at least twice in a given week, and then have sort of a flex day. And some days that'll mean I do extra Paradox. Some days that'll mean that I do some extra other games. And of course, an important thing to remember in terms of games that I want to get back to, in addition to Night Team 4 and all of that, Six Ages, because I basically am not playing that game until I get to go and do it on stream again, and I really want to play Six Ages again. So as always, if you want to know about what's coming up, I'll usually announce it on the day, because I only decided on the day. You can follow me on Twitter or Discord. I don't really announce stuff, but if you ask me in the Discord, I will answer. And yeah, you can suggest so I'm not big on backseating, but I really do like getting suggestions, Bormoth. I will warn you for suggestions, I am very full in terms of games. Like, if you just think about the ones that I mentioned, the Paradox stuff alone, City Skylines, Surviving Mars, Age of Wonders Planetfall, Stellaris, Imperator Rome, and Crusader Kings 2, that's 6 games. So if I were to do one, like if I were to play each game once over the course of a streaming week, it would take me 2 weeks to do one of each of those games. And then add to that the fact that, Kit Fox was kind enough to give me a copy of Six Ages. Six Ages isn't fit for a king, so it's not something that can be completed in one session. And then, I'm not forever going away from Cultist Simulator. I will be returning to that. I just want to do a little bit of a break, and I want to, I want to do more VOD content for that. But, yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff for me to stream. So while I'm always grateful to hear from people in terms of stuff that they'd be interested in watching, I am very reluctant to make promises, just because in terms of obligation, so like there's no contract that I've written, right? Kit Fox is not going to say, we're suing you because you're not doing Six Ages. But the thing is that it's important to remember all of these developers that send a key to me, like, I'm not a very big streamer. And the games that they've, every game that I've won, I've been given a press key for is so good. So I do actually want to have people sort of find their audience, whether it's a big game or whether it's a game you've never heard of. So I really do my best to try and make sure that I give the thing proper coverage. And so for stuff like Six Ages and that, it would be nice to kind of do a full session and get through to the end of it. And, then take other opportunities if it goes on sale or something like that, do other sort of supplementary streams and things like that. So, I've never gotten an email from a developer saying, it's like, you didn't play this game enough, or, you need to play this like X number of times. But I don't take it for granted that Paradox, which is certainly not a small company, has been really good in terms of getting me keys for stuff like Age of Wonders Planetfall, and even just going off the beaten track and trying stuff like City Skylines on Xbox. Like, that was the first console stream I ever did, and I really enjoyed it. And that means that in the future I'll be able to do stuff like, I really like hockey, so to be able to play NHL for you guys, and you get to see how over enthusiastic I get during hockey games. it's all stuff which has these unexpected effects. So again, it's why I'm a little reluctant to try and project too far out in the future what I'm going to be doing. But I am starting to get a little less. I'm starting to get a little less busy. Now that just means that I'm sure I'll just wind up with another batch of keys, and I'll have no idea what to do with the time. But for now, it's been a good run, and I'm quite grateful that I've been able to stream a lot of this stuff for you guys. But yeah, exactly, Bormo. Like if I could, I would stream Surviving Mars for a month. But Surviving Mars is one of several keys that I've been given from Paradox to cover certain games. So I try. I will admit, like the Age of Wonders Planetfall streams are largely due to the fact that it seems that people kind of want this stuff more than some of the other stuff I cover. We'll definitely be going back to Stellaris, no question. I like that game a lot, even though I ended it rather poorly last time. It happens. But I'm definitely looking forward to doing a little more variety, which means more stuff like this. Anyways, I've worn out my welcome. I'm now at 4 hours. It probably took me like half an hour to say goodnight. So I'm out. Have a wonderful evening, and I will leave you all in the capable hands of the Cool Eagle. Feel free to use that raid message. We're tired of system talk. Heard this place was better. See you Wednesday.